am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-making.
This is the BusinessDay television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth and it's a pleasure to have you start your day with us this morning. We've got a packed show lined up for you this morning, but let's see what's making the top stories today. Federal government LGSG sealed deal to begin 68-kilometer Green Line rail project connecting BI, Lekki, Ajah. Naira appreciates further after CBN releases FX code. Nigeria's real estate to hit $2.25 trillion by 2025, says Dangiwa. Colombian Air Force planes sent to fetch deportees from the United States. Neymar Al Hilal agreed to terminate contract. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Lagos State government sealed a deal with the federal government to begin a 68-kilometer Green Line rail project connecting Marina, Victoria Island, Lekki Free Trade Zone, and Ajah areas of the state. According to the announcement made by Bengal Motosho, the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, during a Citizen and Media Stakeholders Forum, the Memorandum of Understanding for the project has been signed with the Federal Government's Ministry of Finance Incorporated. The federal government had earmarked 146.14 billion naira as counterpart funding for the project. The allocated funds will be managed by the Ministry of Finance Incorporated on behalf of the Ministry of Transport to facilitate the project's development. This funding forms part of the proposed 49.74 trillion naira budget for the 2025 fiscal year and is included in the Ministry of Transport's total allocation of 256.73 billion naira to advance its infrastructure initiatives. Moving on now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has released the Nigeria FX code as the naira appreciated against the dollar at the black market. The Apex Bank disclosed this in the statement on Monday. According to the CBN, the FX code became necessary to mitigate risk following various positive transformations in the country's financial landscape. The country's Apex Bank noted that the code draws on the principles from the Global FX Code and best practices adopted in leading jurisdictions. According to the Apex Bank, the FX Code is structured around 6 leading principles, namely ethics, governance, execution, information sharing, risk management, and compliance, confirmation, and settlement processes. Still on now, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, has urged foreign investors at the Saudi Real Estate Forum to seize the vast opportunities within Nigeria's housing sector, particularly through the federal government's Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program. This is according to a statement on Tuesday by the Special Assistant on Media and Strategy to the Minister, Mark Chieshe. Dangiwa highlighted the significant growth prospects in Nigeria's real estate market, citing the country's ongoing housing deficit. According to him, Nigeria's real estate sector contributed around 5.2% to the nation's GDP in 2024 and will increase in market volume to 2.25 trillion naira by the end of 2025. He also stressed that Nigeria faces a housing deficit of 28 million units, exacerbated by rapid urbanization. Emphasizing the broader implications of housing on economic growth and stability, Dangiwa highlighted the Nigerian government's commitment to overcoming challenges in the sector. Now, to end the local news, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has shut down the infamous cemetery market in Aba, Abia State, for the second time in 2 years. The agency said it uncovered and confiscated fake and substandard food and beverages worth over 5 billion naira in its latest operation tagged Operation Cleanup Aba. Described as a hub for Africa's largest counterfeit wine and beverage cartel, Cemetery Market has been notorious for producing fake alcoholic drinks, carbonated beverages, and food products. NAFDAC's Director General Mojisola Adeyeye, in a statement she signed on Tuesday, described the raid as the most decisive action in the history of the market. During the operation, over 240 makeshift factories were said to have been discovered, producing counterfeit products under unsanitary conditions. And on the front scene, 2 Colombian Air Force planes sent to the United States to fetch deported migrants have landed in the capital of Bogota. The migrants have been on U.S. military flight headed for Colombia on Sunday, when Colombian President Gustavo Petro barred the U.S. military aircraft from landing, arguing that these on board were being treated like criminals. The incident took the 2 countries to the brink of a trade war after Donald Trump threatened to impose 25% tariffs on Colombian goods, and Petro said it would retaliate in kind. Diplomats from both countries reached a deal which has seen Colombia send its own Air Force planes to collect the migrants, a process that Petro said ensured they were treated with dignity. United States President Donald Trump ordered a pause on federal aid that could affect trillions of dollars earmarked for everything from education, grants to medical research to small business loans starting on Tuesday. Democratic senators said the illegal order violates the Constitution by usurping Congress's power to control the U.S. budget. The healthcare system for millions of low-income Americans and rafts of other programs were thrown into disarray after President Donald Trump ordered the freeze on federal funding, a move opponents blasted as unconstitutional. It was Trump's latest radical step since he took office a week ago, vowing to force the United States government and its employees back to his right-wing political goals or face retribution. Potentially trillions of dollars in federal grants, loans, and other aid were frozen by the White House order effected from Tuesday. And now to sports. Neymar and Al Hilal have come to an agreement to terminate the player's contract by mutual consent. The 32-year-old joined the Saudi club in a high-profile move in August 2023 for a reported 90 million euros. However, injuries have limited him to just 7 appearances since. Just months after joining, Neymar ruptured his anterior cruciate ligament in October 2023 and was set out of action until October 2024. He played 2 games after returning and had been sitting out again since November. Neymar, who was the biggest star to move to the Saudi League after Cristiano Ronaldo and Karim Benzema, recorded just 1 goal and 2 assists for Al Hilal. Now to end the news, the Super Eagles have been drawn against Tunisia, Tanzania, and Uganda for the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. The Nigerian team was drawn in Group C during the ceremony that was held in Morocco on Monday. The mouth-watering encounter in the group will see Nigeria battling against the Carthage Eagles of Tunisia. Champions on home soil in 2004, Tunisia eliminated Nigeria in the semi-final before defeating Morocco in the final. The Tunisian team also knocked out Nigeria in the round of 16 of AFCON 2021 in Cameroon. Nigeria defeated Tunisia 4-2 on its way to the AFCON final against Cameroon in Lagos in 2000. Though Nigeria and Tunisia are the more accomplished teams in Group C, the East African teams of Tanzania and Uganda will likely challenge for the two automatic qualifying spots. There are no less exciting fixtures in the other groups, with host nation Morocco leading Group A alongside Mali, Zambia, and Comoros. Thanks for joining me on the Morning News today. Do stay with us as we bring you the top story analysis in a bit.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good day, viewers. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is Social Listening. Today we're...
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
when you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating. As Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloth in Nigeria now. most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And by the, you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Hello, this is Bode Shosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I'll say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world: inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus, and that the reforms were the right reforms, and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are abound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff and that we're having to bear. And so I do think that depending on the sector you operate, just look out for the opportunities and you will find.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. It was really lovely sitting with you. I want to know, is there any other thing you would like to add? Maybe a question that you felt was not answered properly in the hall, or you would like to say anything here?
No, I think it's just to encourage everyone to play their part and engage with the government constructively. And that's the way to solve the problems. Complaints don't solve problems. Ideas and solutions are the ways to solve problems.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for sitting with us.
My name is Dr. Gabriel Ubeche. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rain Oil Limited.
You spoke really well in your panel, and you did really amazing with the questions that were thrown at you also. But we still have more questions, and we just want to know, what is your outlook for this year in the light of the new policies that has been brought out in 2025?
2025 remains a very optimistic year. I think our worst days are behind us. 2024, 2023, we had the twin challenge of the fuel subsidy removal and the attendant increase in the price of petroleum products, and then the Naira devaluation, which also impacted the price of petroleum products. And then we saw the demand for petroleum products go down and the general effect it had on the economy. A lot of companies took FX losses. But I think that 2025, all that is behind us now. All we see is positivity. I think the economy now is in the right trajectory. We've seen a calmness in the exchange rate, because I've always argued that the problem we've had in this country, or the problem we've had in the last year or so, wasn't really what the exchange rate was, as much as people waking up in the morning and not knowing what the exchange rate is. So it doesn't matter whether exchange rate is 1,006 or 1,007 or 1,008, but could it be stable? Can we plan with it? Can we wake up in the morning and say exchange rate is 1,800 and you can hold on to the fact that it's 1,800? That wasn't what the case was. But now we've seen calmness in the exchange rate. Exchange rate is now about 1,550 naira to the dollar. Again, because of the transparency which the Central Bank of Nigeria brought to the exchange rate regime. And I'm aware that they keep tweaking those policies. So we're seeing that stability. And once you have that stability, I think the economy will definitely pick up.
Okay. Also, I know that you were a panelist, but you're also part of the audience first before you went on to your panel. So what are your key takeaways from the entire event, both from your own panel and the one before you?
My key takeaway is when Taiwo Uidele said we should think positively, because, you know, when we think negatively, it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I completely agree with him when he gave the example of, you know, it's like when you wake up and say, oh, Naira is going to devalue. Once you have that mindset, you find out that you unconsciously begin to take actions towards that goal. And once everybody begins to take action towards that goal, then it just becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. The Naira loses value. So we should stop betting against the Naira. I mean, when he also said that we have $30 billion in domiciliary accounts in Nigeria, if Nigerians are holding $30 billion within Nigerian banks, then it simply means that the whole nation have essentially bet against the Naira. Then we should take responsibility for what the outcome, which we all eventually got. But again, I think that things can only get better.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah, for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you in more events so that we can also interact.
Thank you, Norma.
Thank you so much for agreeing to sit with us. I'd like to know your key takeaways from the event today, because I know that you were not just a panelist, but you were also part of the audience.
Okay, so I think for me, it's the positive outlook. I can say it's cautious optimism, but the fact that there is hope in the horizon and that 2025 will be a much better year than 2024 was across a number of dimensions. I think that's my key takeaway. And that's uplifting for myself and for other listeners as well. So that's my key takeaway.
Okay, thank you so much. Also, you spoke on some trends, which is AI at this point. And for so many businesses, they are lagging behind in joining up with this trend of AI. What would be your advice to those organizations and businesses in implementing AI into their system?
Okay, as I said during the session, AI is here to stay. And the fact that it can have a significant impact on what we do, how we live, how businesses will run can't be underestimated. I think for me, the biggest thing that needs to happen locally is the need to build trust, because stakeholders need to understand what it's about and how it will benefit them. And part of that building trust, for me, is practicing responsible AI. Responsible AI is about looking at not just the legal dimension, but the ethical dimension. There are always ethical questions thrown up when people start talking about AI. There could be bias, there could be hallucinations. There are a raft of issues to consider. But responsible AI, really, it's about just approaching AI from the point of view of ensuring accountability, transparency, and fairness in how it is done. I think that's the very first step. And for anybody going into an AI conversation, you need to first define what responsible AI means to you. Yes. Once you tackle that, then you can begin to build trust in that process. Obviously, then you also need to invest in technology and capacity building. But as I said, there are interesting use cases going on globally, and we need to, as a people, as a nation, as an industry, begin to start leveraging those use cases and seeing how we can use those to scale up and improve our bottom lines and our efficiencies and operational efficiencies as well.
Okay, thank you so much, Ma. Thank you for granting us this interview. And I hope to see you another time so that we could talk more.
Thank you very much.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast. watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth. And now we are on to reviewing what we have on the top stories today. And I've got here in the studio with me, Dikpo Oladede is our in-house analyst. Also happens to be our senior energy correspondent here at Business Day, but we'll be analyzing the top stories together this morning. Welcome, Dikpo.
Yeah, good. Elizabeth, good morning. How are you doing?
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Traffic was crazy, but good to be here once again.
It's always good to have you in the studio with us. But let's talk about the stories that we have this morning. The first story today, we'll be looking at federal government, LGSG, they've decided to seal a deal to begin 68-kilometer Green Line rail project connecting VI Lekki, Aja. For me, that's good news. But what do you make of this one?
Now, so if you are very familiar with that route, it's that's one of the epic center of traffic in Lagos because of inflow of, so there's a lot of estates around that area. A lot of people are staying there, and so people are commuting daily in the morning, coming to the Lekki axis, the Ikoyi axis, the VI axis, which of course is the headquarters of most multinationals or most companies in Nigeria. And so we're always seeing traffic early in the morning and then late in the evening. And so I think the ideal thing for the government to do is to prioritize rail. And so the government is taking a step further and say, yes, we'll do a green rail that would link the VI, Aja, that would cover the VI, Aja, and the Lekki axis, which I think it's a good thing because rail is one of the fastest and most efficient way of moving people from one location to another location. So
absolutely,
it's a good thing, and let's see. A lot of people are concerned about the timeline for the project, and then of course maybe the value of the project as well. And so we expect that hopefully this should materialize in a number of years, perhaps 2 or 3 years, or maybe 4 years max. But the most important thing is there's a plan for rail, and there is a plan to massively move people from one location to another location, so which will reduce the traffic on the road. A lot of people would not, there's no incentive to put your car on the road if you have a faster and a more efficient means of moving from one place to the other. So I think it's a good thing.
And then when we talk about the amount, should I say, the earmark for this project, 146.14 billion naira as counterpart funding for the project. What do you think about this value?
Well, so Lagos State is in quote among the biggest boys in the rankings of states in Nigeria, generating one of the biggest IGR. And so there's also a coalition, there's a synergy between the states and the federal government, which we've not seen before. And so now, because we have the current president is a former Lagos State governor, so it's easier for them to align in terms of values, in terms of projects, and then in terms of feasibility of the time frame of this project. But in terms of the value, I don't think the amount is a big deal. I think Lagos is a big boy, and so they should be able to. But the most important thing is we're having a rail project, and I think for me, Lagos State is long due to have this kind of rail project. So let's not forget there's a blue railway line going on already. I think there is a red one as well. And so having the green one as well is a good thing. So we need to have a more efficient way of moving people. Everybody cannot put their cars on the road at the same time.
It's actually long overdue, when we think about all of the cars, especially on this Lekki access. It's just one road again. So having a rail would definitely be a very good addition to the means of transportation that people are employing, because then we also are like in a should I say an era where it's like, because of what public transportation is like, especially in Lagos State, even if, as when you think about all the cars on the road, that if all of these people were perhaps entering buses or all of that, it will reduce the cars on the road and also take away the traffic situation. But because of the public transportation system in Nigeria.
Of course.
That's what makes people, you would rather drive your car in your comfort, you know, use your air conditioning and all of that. And then we have all of these people on the road. But I do hope that when we have the Blue Rail, you know how we had the BRT project, and then people were using, and then BRT, before we knew it, it became like the public transportation system. You know, when I mean the public transportation should not be bad, but here in Lagos, in Nigeria, especially Lagos, it's rowdy, it's, you know, disorganized, and the BRT became sort of that. You know, these days you see BRT these days like motorways, like I see them sometimes and I'm shocked. So I do hope that they have good plans in place to actually keep this Blue Rail. It is the no, this is not the Blue Rail. This is the Green Rail. I hope that they have everything in place to, you know, I mean, we've not even built it yet. So what am I saying? But I think I'm just thinking about the end result. You know, people being able to use it. All of the people that would rather drive their cars on the road, if they can take all of this, if the Blue Rail is a good project, I keep saying blue because I'm used to the Blue Rail. If the Green Rail is a good project, definitely these people will commute with the Green Rail. But if it's not, it's just going to be another wasted project, and that's what I'm worried about.
So let's look at it this way. If you look at that entire Ajah axis, let's not forget a lot of real estate development I'm almost coming up on a daily basis in that axis.
Certainly, and it goes down to a bedroom.
Down to a bedroom. Now, the original plan was not, if you look at that road itself, you have just one single road in and out. Anytime a trailer breaks down on that road, forget it's chaos.
Traffic and acrimony.
As in you would spend 2-3 hours on that road. Either Saturday evening, Friday evenings, it's always chaotic. So the alternative is not something that would be, we have an alternative that rail is faster, is efficient. Now, our biggest challenge is what you mentioned, maintenance. So how do we maintain these public services to make sure that, because if you look at it, people would easily they'll easily buy the alternative idea. So let me give an instance. So when petrol was 195, everybody were putting their cars on the road. You would see a family of 3. The husband is driving the car on the road. The wife is driving the car. There's another car taking the kids to school. And all of these cars are on the road. Now, when petrol prices jumped from 195 to 500 or 600, everybody started economizing. So the whole family would enter one car. People started doing carpooling, where 3 or 4 people who are going through the same location will come together and say, rather than you put your car on the road, I put my car on the road, let's the 3 of us come together, we'll buy petrol for one person. And so people were innovating around that. So you could see that it's not really about putting my car on the road. People just want to commute to work. Even if we are 4 in a car, 5 in a car, or people want to commute to work, and I don't want to go to a public transport dressed in a 3-piece suit, and by the time I'm leaving, my tie is off my neck, my shoelace is removed everywhere. You know, you want to, especially for the ladies, so you want to go into a public bus or into a public transportation well dressed and still be able to maintain your composure when living. So we need to pay attention. Yeah, exactly. Maintain your steez. So we need to pay attention to maintenance. We need to have a very, very efficient way of, but I think the Lagos State government would, if you look at the value of the money going into this project, it's big, and let's just be optimistic that they'll get it right.
We're always optimistic, you know, every time we sit on this show and we analyze different things and then we stay optimistic. But you know, when we just look at past trends, you know, I'm always the #1 chief optimist if I'm being honest. But when we just look at past trends, that's why I'm very keen on what do you suggest would be the ways for them to maintain this project, like when it finally comes to light?
So the current model Lagos State is using, we have an agency, Lamata, Lagos State Metropolitan. That agency is in charge of maintaining public. They are maintaining the BRT, the electric buses that the government put in place and top oil. So are they the best in terms of, because some would argue that there is this civil servant approach to work, and so we should put in private guys who would manage it. and then they will just be accountable to the government, and the government will just be making sure that they are doing the right thing. So the best approach would always be put square pegs in square holes. Let's not politicize managing government infrastructure. Let's not use it as money for boys, them. Let's make sure that the right people the competent people are put in place. And so once that is prioritized, I think we would see the biggest challenge is we mostly politicize most things. So the government is about to do a project, fantastic project, rather than putting the right people, it's seen as an avenue to share money for the boys or share posts for the boys, and it becomes a mess.
I mean, that amount is a lot. You know, it's a lot, and if we're going to truly execute that project, making use of those funds, we'll be getting a very excellent project.
Yeah, of course. So if the arrangement is also PPP as well, so I've not seen the details of the deal yet. So like the Lekki road from the Lekki toll gates that covers phase 1, phase 2 down to Ajah. So that initially was there was this company that was managing the entire road, and then they were tolling it, collecting certain. But again, you can't toll. Railway line cannot be tolled. You have to. It's mostly the most important thing is to prioritize efficiency, to make sure it's working at the speed of light, to make sure there's steady power, to make sure that things are working in the right way. And so, I mean, all of this time will tell. But then the government is. I think the most important thing is we're having conversations about alternative means of commuting people from one place to the another place, which is a good thing. This conversation is not there being 10, 15 years ago. Most states are not even having this conversation. So the fact that Lagos State is even championing this is a good thing. But then let's be optimistic that they'll put square pegs in square holes.
We will stay optimistic, but let's move on now to another interesting one. Now, the central bank has released the Nigeria FX code as Naira, of course, appreciated against the dollar at the black market. Now, this is something, this statement was disclosed on Monday, and according to the CBN, FX code became necessary to mitigate risks following various positive transformations in the country's financial landscape. But what do you make of this development?
Okay, so what the CBN is trying to do is they are trying to create structures around having a very, very efficient and transparent market, right? And which is the bedrock of having a strong currency, having a strong value for your Naira. And let's not forget where we are coming from. We're coming from in 2014, 2015 era, or 2016, we are coming from an era where people just mop up dollars in the market. Nobody knows what it's being used for. Nobody knows why they are mopping up so much dollars. Nobody knows anything. So you can just, for instance, even if there is no business reasons for me to be demanding $2 million in the market, but I'm going to the market to demand for $2 million. So, but we are moving away from that opaque system where nobody knows anything. We are moving to a more efficient and transparent market. And so what the CBN is trying to do is basically follow global standard and say, let's be efficient. If you are demanding for, let's know who is demanding for each dollar at different points in time. So if, for instance, you, Elizabeth, you are going to the market to buy $10 million, we need to know you. We need to know why you are demanding for that huge amount of FX. What kind of business do you do? Are you a manufacturer? Are you a trader? Are you into importing and exporting? So let's just have the database of the users of those who demand for foreign currency in Nigeria. And I think one of the reasons why this FX code is put in place is to make sure that we have a very efficient and a very transparent market. So when you look at this FX code, just look at transparency in the market. And because if things are clouded in secrecy, it's difficult to track, it's difficult to know anything. And so you just keep the Naira to the dollar value, just keep moving up at different points in time. But if you have a very efficient market where everybody knows everybody, if I'm a new entrant in the market, everybody knows that, oh, this guy is a new guy. So if I'm demanding, so if a new guy, for instance, is demanding for excess of $10 million, people will raise red flag and say, oh, why is this guy demanding for this? What kind of business transaction do you do to demand for this? But if I'm a new guy and perhaps I need to pay for school fees and I'm demanding for $1,000, yeah, fair enough. Everybody can make reasons with that. So again, the most important thing is transparency. The most important thing is efficiency, and it's basically following global standard. It's not a Nigerian initiative. It's just following patterns that are being done in European countries. That's it.
Fantastic one. Fantastic development. So speaking of real estate, and we talked in our first show, we talked about the Lekki, Ikoyi, Aja axis having like some of the major estates arising, springing up every other day. I mean, every other day in that axis now. But now the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, has also urged foreign investors at the Saudi Real Estate Forum to seize the vast opportunities within Nigeria's housing sector, particularly through the federal government's Renewed Hope Cities and Estate program. So this is also another drive, or also another push for foreign investors to invest in estate, housing and all of that in Nigeria. So again, we're going to see more estates springing up.
But I mean, sorry to cut you, but my view is, Lagos is choked already. A lot of people are moving into Lagos. If you use the Third Mainland Bridge as well, you'll notice some form of sand filling going up at different points in different areas under the Third Mainland Bridge. So when you want to maximize the potential of Nigeria's real estate value, you look at, there are some other states in Nigeria that have expansive landmarks. I mean, traveling from Lagos to
Abuja,
Abuja axis, all of those, you see so much areas of land that are just idling away. Nobody is farming, nobody is doing anything with them. And then we are talking about housing deficits. So the idea is this: let's make sure that we get value for let's leverage on every resources we have. If we have such amounts of lands that are wasting away, and at the same time we are talking about housing deficits, that a lot of people are struggling to get houses, then it means we are not doing enough in terms of building. I mean, under the Lateef Jakonde era, there were a lot of low-cost housing projects that were scattered across Lagos states.
Completely.
And then it's about replicating that in other states.
Just to come in there, when you talk about those low-cost housing that Lateef Jakonde was able to introduce during this time, again, we come back to the problem of maintenance, because at least I know a few of them, like close to my area as well. There's a Jakonde housing estate. Yeah, so there's a low-cost housing there. And
how is it now?
Right now, it's in a sorry state. It's a sorry state. Like, people aren't living. I know it's low cost. Okay, yeah, it's low cost, but people aren't even living there. It's water. It's when it rains, it's not a good place to stay. When it rains, it's terrible. Many people are moving out. As a matter of fact, they started another construction project, which made them start demolishing some of the houses there. So can you just imagine that? So that's like the low-cost housing that was helping a lot of people, but now they are demolishing it again. They want to do some other project, and again, this issue of demolishing just out of nowhere, especially in Lagos, Lagos, Nigeria, this demolition thing that you just come. It seems like the powers that be, or the mightier hands, just come from out of nowhere. And because I keep saying out of nowhere, I might be wrong, and they'll just come and then they starting another project or whatever, and without even information. Because I knew people that were affected in this Jakonde housing thingy. They were affected, and they for that time they were homeless. Wow. They were literally scrambling for homes, looking for help and all of that, at least for a while. It took a while for them to get back on their feet. Do you understand? But it's just, I think we need to do better when it comes to planning, especially in Lagos. For me, I think that Lagos is one of the least planned in terms of when we talk about road network. Again, this is my own opinion. When we talk about road network, when we talk about housing plan, it's nice. We have this nice estates here and there, but the drainage system is bad. The drainage situation is bad. What's the point of having a very bougie estate, everything smart estates like we have, and then outside of the estate it gets flooded? You're literally, the stench comes out and you're paying a premium. I find it ridiculous. So when I see when I'm seeing Dangiwa encouraging foreign investors to invest, it's nice, but also they can also focus on, just like you had mentioned, there's so much vast land in other parts. There's no Lagos. Lagos is already very crowded. There's a lot going on.
Yeah.
Do you
I think
understand?
the biggest challenge Lagos is facing is people they call, in quotes, the Omonile people.
Yeah.
So this set of people they can sell land to 3 different people at the same time. Sell the same land to you, sell to me, sell to one other person,
It's
and
crazy, actually.
at the end of the day, it's a chaos. So they can, if there's a road here, they can cut half of it and sell to people, and then. So because again, this is where the government needs to play its role. We need to have a database of, is there a website where we can check all of the area, the acres of land in Lagos or in Nigeria, as the case may be, and say, look, these are all the lands here. This is who owns what. This is where it's for residential purpose. This area is for drainages. This area is for markets. This area is for hospitals. This area is for. So we need to have a database that would put everything out there so that everybody can see it, and then it would, because then if there is no transparency on who owns what and where, anybody can, you can wake up one morning and a part of your gutter, you see somebody or Manila have sold a kiosk for the person, and the person is erecting an illegal structure on it, and before you know it, that becomes a norm. So we don't have efficient way of building. We just build anyhow. There's no structure, and so because all those anomalies have been there for a long period of time, so this is why you would see at different points in time there's demolition going on here, going on there, going on here and there. And I mean, I'm not saying that is the ideal thing to do, but what I'm just saying is all those scenarios would have been avoided in the first place if we have a database of everything in Nigeria that has to do with land. If, for instance, I can go to a website to verify a land before paying for it, then there's no point paying for it. If the government can curtail all of the activities of the middlemen are the Omonile people, the people who are working with some certain obas or kings in certain areas or region, and say, look, let's formalize these things, let's create a database, let's put everything in a computer system. And then I think we'll see a more efficient process in the real estate sector.
And my own final take will be, as you're going about all of this improvement in the real estate sector, development here and there, positive or not, positive, yeah, mostly, they need to also really, really put a lot of investment in urban planning and, urban planning, yeah, because yes, we understand the country is, urbanization is taking place every day, especially in Lagos. I keep saying Lagos because this place is the commercial city. A lot of things are happening. It's like the first point of call. 30 December was, it was a Lagos thing. But when people come in and Lagos, I don't like when they come and it doesn't live up to the hype. So I think they need to also really work on urban planning. It doesn't. I'm really pissed when I see in beautiful neighborhoods with poor drainage, stench. We need to work on waste management. We need to work on urban planning. All of these things need to also be focused on while we're building all of this, building every day nice houses, trying to reduce the housing problem. We need to also focus on keeping the city clean, keeping Nigeria clean. Nigeria is true. It's really polluted. When I was looking at the statistics of some of the most polluted cities, I think I saw Nigeria, Lagos precisely. I think I saw us somewhere up on the ladder, if not number one. But I know we're like, that's not a good place to be to be for something like that. I would like to see us at number one or at number two for something more, not pollution. Do you understand? There's so much pollution. So again, some of these estates that they're building, some of these houses, they should also focus on, I know this is something that would interest you, maybe solar energy and all of that, to also reduce the what's it called, the pollution that we have. Because again, when you have all of this and there's no good lighting, there's not good electricity, and people are still using generators. There's noise pollution, there's air pollution. Just a lot going on.
And then there's open defecation as well. You see all sorts of.
Much. When it rains, you're not even safe, because again it floods, especially on this axis that I know that all of the estates are built. When it floods, you are likely to be putting you don't know because of the drainage. It's not good. So I also want them to really focus on those areas as well, while they're channeling energy and encouraging foreign investors to come and invest in building houses and estates in these programs. They should also focus on keeping the country clean, focus on waste management, focus on all of this, because that's what makes us truly what we say we are, or what we want to be. Because when we're on the global market and you're looking side by side, even like South Africa or some other countries, and you're looking at what is termed luxury in Nigeria,
we are far.
Get it?
Yeah. So when you compare, even when you go to Rwanda as well,
yes,
the country
it's clean.
It's clean,
really clean.
And so we are not efficiently managing our wastes very well, which is why anytime it rains, it's everywhere. Yeah, flooding like everywhere.
And I think they need to get rid of, if possible, it's not hard. We need to really get rid of sachet water. We need to get rid of, plastic waste everywhere.
I don't know if getting rid of it would solve it, but I think we can manage it better.
How can we manage it? Because people just take, especially things like sachet water, people just take it and then throw it away.
The reason why I said that is this. So I saw a stat that showed that 60% of waste in Lagos goes through official channel. What happens to the other 40%? So what that stat is basically saying is 60% of the waste in Nigeria goes through the normal channel. What's the official channel? Go through the government's waste management, waste management team and the rest of it. So if 60% of the waste are going through official channel, the other 40% will find its way into the gutters. They'll block all of the drainage system, no matter how strong or how efficient they are. So I just think we are not managing our waste very well. We don't have in other countries, there's waste baskets at almost every certain kilometers. And then there are people
even use them. We need better enforcement.
Yes, so those are the kind of conversations we should have. So first of all, let's put the waste baskets at the right place. And then let's start putting laws in place. And then let's put structures as well that would reward people who are using it. And then there's also the responsibility on also the people who are producing these bottles, people who are producing this sachet water as well. They also have their own corporate social responsibility. What role are they doing? Because these are your products people are using. You don't just use them and then, because you are the one selling it. If you're not selling it, people won't use it. So because they are using them, you need to also play your role in it. I remember those days we used to have Coca-Cola waste bins where they put seats at strategic place, because I schooled at the Ikeja cantonment, and so at the exit of the cantonment you will see it there where they will say, if you put certain amount of bottles here, you get certain amount of money. And so as kids then, because we were all looking for money for lollipop and ice cream, we just pick bottles, both the one we used, the one we didn't use, and we just put them there just because we want to get certain amount of money. So again, the ideal thing is it puts structures in place to efficiently collect all the waste. And so if we have wastes that are leaking out of this efficient system, then you start putting structures in place to penalize people. If, for instance, I'm dumping my waste into the gutters, I should pay for it. So what's the fine? Is it a 3 months imprisonment? Is it a fine of 500,000? Is it a fine of 100,000? Once there is a punishment in place, once there's a law in place, and I know that once I violate this law, I'm paying for it, trust me, we would have a change of mindset, we'll have change of attitude. I won't enter a commercial bus, buy a bottle of water, and then when I'm done, I won't fling it.
Because I'll even see commercial buses where some of those commercial buses, they even have a basket inside it. And even the drivers themselves will it's probably by their side. It's funny to me. I find it really funny that it's probably by their side, and they'll take something and then they'll throw it out. I'm like, so what's the basket for? So it's a very it's a high level indiscipline, just disorganization that we have here. It's terrible.
And then we need to also
it's
ask
unbelievable.
the National Orientation Agency. They need to do a lot of advocacy in terms of just educating people both in English, in Yoruba, in Igbo, and then in Hausa. And so let that information go down to the grassroots that look, we are a civilized people. We are not, this is not a jungle. We need to efficiently. I'm always shocked when I see colleagues sometimes. So it's not even an education problem, because sometimes you find people in 3-piece suits, drink a bottle of water
and just throw,
and just fling it anywhere.
No regard
for whether, because if you actually you throw yours into the gutter, mine inside the gutter, this next person, at the end of the day, everybody's gutter is blocked, and we are trying to drive out. Everybody cannot get out because water is everywhere. So we need to put structures in place to efficiently manage our waste. Structures in terms of educating people, sensitizing people, and then punishment in place. And nobody should be above the law. If I'm caught, let me face the music. Let's not say, oh, this person is the son of president. This person is Elizabeth. This person is a superstar. Let everybody let everybody dance to the music of the law. So if I'm guilty, let me face the law. Once 2 or 3, I mean, Nigeria, like once 1 or 2 or 3 people have been punished, trust me, everybody will start adjusting. We might not get there in 1 year, 2 years, but we would have started the journey. And so in the next 4 or 5 years, we should be getting close to where we are going.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we go about it the way we went about the Naira, I can't believe that, people still spray sometimes at parties, but in a very decent way these days. It's not like before. So if we could go about it that way for something like a Naira, we certainly can go about managing waste and just making our society a cleaner place. We can go about it that way. And I agree with you when you talked about the National Orientation Agency is also intimating or informing the public, in every of our local dialect to make them understand that it's not a jungle. It's really not a jungle. But we have to wrap up now. But I want to quickly hear your thoughts finally on the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control shutting down the cemetery market in Abia State, which obviously we know is the biggest. It's been rated as perhaps the #1 place when it comes to counterfeit items. So I think it's a welcome development, because having that cemetery market being called the largest hub for counterfeit items in Africa, not a good thing.
I mean, it's bad PR for Nigeria, bad PR for Aba as well. I think, look, a lot of people are doing a lot of things just to make money. Just the country is tough, and then a lot of people are going through informal channels just to swindle people. And so, I mean, NAFDAC, a lot of people have said NAFDAC needs to do more in terms of clamping down on. It's not just about, they are everywhere. There are fake products literally in every supermarket, in every major store in Nigeria. And so we need to also trace who are these suppliers, who are these middlemen. And beyond just seizing these goods, we also need to put a face to who owns it. What's the profile of the person behind it? Let's start having a culture of naming and shaming people behind fake drugs. So because you've seized these goods now, I can't put a face to who owns it. So if I see the man walking by my street, I can't even identify him and say, oh, this is that man that was responsible for supplying fake products. So let's start beyond just seizing goods, let's also follow through. Let's punish those who are involved. Let's put them in prison, or let's allow them face the law, not necessarily put them in prison. So let them face the law. What does the law say regarding doing fake products in Nigeria? Because the implication of this fake product is immense. People have talked about rising cases of diseases in Nigeria, diseases such as cancer, diseases such as heart disease, and the front role in all of this is usage of counterfeit products, usage of products that are not certified by NAFDAC or that have not gone through normal process. And Elizabeth, you can't imagine the conditions in which these fake products are being made. I saw a fake where they were producing some carbonated drinks the other day. I mean, the condition was it was crazy. You can't imagine just that area alone. You could literally throw.
They're making fake wines, fake
and
everything.
So it's crazy. So the government needs to I think NAFDAC needs to do more in terms of, yes, season day is a first step, but then do we have structures in place to make sure that these guys are not back into the market? Which is why I'm of the opinion we need to name them, and then of course you need to shame them as well.
And to be honest, I think we have to give some commendation or lots of commendation to the NAFDAC the Director General.
Conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I'll say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms, and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic, it is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, you know, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also, even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are abound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, you know, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid.
You are watching Business Day Television. You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth, and I've still got Diko with me in the studio. He'll be helping us analyze some of these interesting stories that we have on the front pages today. We'll start off with the Vanguard newspapers this morning. The big story on the Vanguard newspaper says Trump's immigration policy says 5,144 Nigerians face arrest and deportation from the United States, 3,690 among non-detained immigrants and 1,454 in detention for various offenses. Firstly, Dikpo, let me get your thoughts on what you make of Trump's immigration policy, especially in how it affects Nigerians.
Yeah, so good morning, everyone, and good to be here once again. So, I mean, this is Trump. Trump is the new, his name is the most talked about president as we speak, and so the Trump wave is moving around. And for Nigeria, migration is always a big issue because a lot of Nigerians are in the United States, and some legally, some illegal. And so, I mean, those who are legal immigrants, they are fine. Those who are illegal immigrants, they should count their days, should be numbering their days in the United States, because Trump is would be coming for them. And not just Nigeria, also everyone. Every illegal immigrants in the United States of America should consider their days numbered with Trump in power.
It's how you just said it without missing any words. You just said every illegal immigrant should consider their days numbered with Trump in power. But quickly, let me ask you about what you think about the tariff threat, the tariff hike threat, and how you think it impacts global trade. Because I did see a video where the Director General of the World Trade Organization, Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, was speaking to Fareed Zakaria, and she did mention that she thinks that everyone should chill. That when we look side by side, China, United States, and China, always dropping their cost and all of that, saying that how did she explain it? She's very economically inclined. I mean, she's been doing, this is hard. This is what she breathed. But in general, she had mentioned that it's not fair. So what China had been doing, according to her, is not fair. And she had mentioned that, Trump's presidency, as much as she's not panicky, she did have some concerns, but she thinks it's on the right track, and then all the member states should chill. What do you make of that comment?
Well, so the thing about trade, international trade, it's not a one-way window. It's two ways. So international trade is country A trading with country B. Now, it takes two to trade. You can't trade with yourself, really. United States is big. United States under Trump is a different ballgame entirely. So they want to insert his dominance as the biggest country in the world in terms of international trade. And so the US under Trump is coming up with with some executive orders regarding trade and regarding how they do business with other countries in the world. And so for World Trade Organization under Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, the thing is this: rather than each country is coming up with counter measures against Trump, why not let's bring all of this because everybody is a member of the United Trade Organization. So if you've seen a development in any country that you are not comfortable with, rather than your country deciding to take a sole decision and say, oh, because country A has taken a hard stance, we will take our own hard stance. She said, no, why not bring it to the World Trade Organization. Let's talk about it. Let's debate about it. And then we can come up with a more holistic solution on how you respond to whatever development in other countries you're not comfortable with. Either it's the United States, either it's China, either it's Great Britain, either it's Russia. The most important thing is let's come together as a body, as a trade organization. Since the trade organization, every major country in the world is a member of this organization.
Yeah, yes.
So let's come to this organization and let's discuss about the implication of some of the developments you've seen in countries that you are not comfortable with. And then we'll respond as a whole. So that's where you would get a better response rather than country B responding in its own way, country C responding, and before you know it, you have a chaotic global, because let's not forget, everybody needs trade to do business. As big as the United States is, they also need other countries in terms of how they do business. They are dependent on other countries for some things that they are not, they don't have sufficiency in. And so because every country needs to do trade, you just need to prioritize which countries you need to make your friend, which countries you need to make your allies, and maintain a positive relationship with them. And what better way to maintain a positive relationship than to liaise with the World Trade Organization? And so that way countries can respond better, and then you are not responding based on your emotions or based on how a country A thinks without thinking of the implication for your neighboring countries as a whole. So I think that's a good thing for the World Trade Organization.
Right. Let's move. Speaking on tariff hikes still, but now in Nigeria. Now subscribers head for court as NCC, that's the Nigerian Communications Commission, talks deadlock. Now NCC mom quiet as subscribers insist on reversal and demand 10% tariff increase. Firstly, can you shed more light on what this story is talking about?
Yeah. So there's one association, the National.
That's the Punch newspaper, yeah.
Yeah. So the National Association of Telecom Subscribers. I mean, it's a big union where it's expected that all of the 153 million subscribers in Nigeria would be a part of, and they are saying no. They are going to court for certain reasons. First of all, they are not comfortable with the 50% increase in tariff hike. They want a 10% increase in tariff hike. And one of the conditions for the 50% increase in tariff hike is that within the next 3 months, we would see improved services, improve quality network in terms of what the telecom operators are giving to subscribers. So quality in terms of call, quality in terms of data usage. But what this association is saying is no, we need to put so what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And so for this organization, they are saying, no, why don't we have quality service first, have quality calls, quality service, and then we can now talk about increasing tariff. But I mean, the telecom operators have gone ahead, and so this organization is heading to court to seek a court injunction that would first of all stop the telecom operators from increasing by 50% to maybe 10%, and then we can have further conversations on how it proceeds. I mean, we'll see how it pans out, but I don't think much will change. It's left, I don't know what the court will decide. Will the courts ask the telcos to hold on and not improve tariff, and then improve quality of service? But then the telecom's argument is, look, we are not investing, nobody's investing in our sector. Every other person across board, either in the electricity market, is it petrol market, everybody has increased their cost of producing. The cost of production have increased, and so therefore the cost of services have also increased. And so the telecom operators are saying, look, all the factors of production have increased. Either the cost of their recurrent expenditure, the cost of diesel, the cost of maintaining their workforce, everything have increased. So the normal thing is for you to increase the cost of telecom tariff. But then some would argue that, but then these services have not been the best in recent times, so why an increase? But then I think the increment will go ahead. What we don't know is if the court would put that injunction in place that will stop the telecom operators from increasing tariff. But I think time will tell, and then we'll see what the court will decide going forward.
Absolutely. It's certainly a chicken and egg situation, but we'll see how it all pans out. To read more on that story, you can grab a copy of the Punch newspaper. It continues on page 29. But let's see what the Business Day newspaper has to say today. This is Business Day TV, and this is the BDTV Breakfast Show. The big story on the Business Day paper says how CBN's new FX code will enhance market liquidity. This was written by Hope Moses, Ashike, and Onyechi Nwachukwu. We already spoke about it on the top stories, but she gives more analysis in the paper. It continues on page 31. So you want to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. It's always insightful, packed, and enriching. But this story here is right up your alley, Deepo. This says on the top left side, it says energy-starved Nigeria flares most gas in 4 years. Energy-starved Nigeria flares most gas in 4 years. Fled gas valued at $1.1 billion. Deepo, you want to throw more light on this? This is your baby. This is your beat.
Okay, so this is it. So we don't have power. We are struggling with electricity deficits. We don't have enough gas. Cooking gas prices are currently the highest in recent times, but yet we are flaring. Flaring gas means you are just wasting gas.
Okay.
You are just exposing gas into the air and then you are throwing it away. It's like money. And the value of the gas we wasted in 2024 was worth $1.1 billion. So now imagine what $1.1 will do for Nigeria's economy. 1.1 billion is a lot of money in terms of dollars. Now imagine if these gas are not flared. Imagine we've channeled this gas into power, electricity. We should be talking about increasing electricity generation from 13,000 megawatts to about 40 or close to 20,000 megawatts. We are talking about the implication for industries. A lot of companies are struggling with because they don't have access to gas. We don't have gas for power. And amongst all of this, we are still flaring gas. And so this conversation is been happening for a very, very long time. We currently have laws in place that penalize companies or anyone who is flaring gas.
People, do you mind, can you just hold your thoughts for a bit? But can you really explain to us? I mean, think of me as someone who is just out there that has no idea or really doesn't know how this thing works. Aside from my cooking gas, where I might turn it on and then maybe I forgot to, lock it. How do people intentionally flare gas? Do people actually intentionally flare gas? You mentioned companies. How does that work?
Okay, so this is how it works. So Nigeria is Africa's biggest oil producing country, right? Now we have lots of oil in Nigeria. That's one conversation. We also have gas as well. But then again, all the licenses to drill for oil, all the licenses in Nigeria are for oil exploration. So what that means is we are not consciously seeking for gas. We are consciously seeking for crude oil. So look at it this way. It's like you have a big farm, right? You have cocoa and then you have cassava. And so you get farmers to come do cassava in your farm.
Right.
And so in the process of drilling the cassava, you are stumbling on cocoa and then you are just wasting it. Why? Because their primary aim is cassava. So that's it. So it's the same thing. So people are going to look for oil and then they stumble on gas. So the license for oil companies working in Nigeria is, look, we've given you this oil field. Go and look for oil. And then they got this oil field and they say, oh, fine, let's get oil. And then in the process of getting oil, you are getting gas along the way. And so it'll be like, oh, since we are not here to look for gas, let's just throw it away. And then let's focus on the reason why we are here, that's oil. Again, it's like fetching water in a well. You want water. And then you throw your bucket into the well. And after getting water, you are seeing all sorts of things as well. So you're just throwing all of those things away and say, look.
But gas is not tangible. It's not seen.
Yes, so this is it. So because oil is under, gas is, it's in the air, right? So because oil is liquid, gas is air. Now, the combination of these two things exists underneath the earth or below the ground level. That's it. And so because oil exploration involves you drilling into the ground, so you are putting machines into the ground and then you are looking for oil. And so in the process of looking for oil, you are also stumbling on gas. Again, these are not something, it's not liquid like oil. So what other oil producing countries do, or what the normal status quo you do in those kind of scenarios, you have machines in place that would also capture the gas. So as you are exploring for oil, you also have structures in place that will capture the gas that you might stumble on. And then once the gas is captured, which is what they call LNG, liquefied natural gas. You capture it and you can put it in a structure, there's something they call floating LNG. Floating LNG is where they are basically technology or devices or machines that put in place to capture gas. So once this gas is being captured, it's stored, and then it can be processed. So oil is a liquid part where you just flow it through a pipeline, and before you know it, you are sending it to one location. Gas needs to be captured, because if you don't capture it, you are losing it into the air, losing it into the atmosphere, and before you know it, it's wasted. So the development we are seeing in Nigeria is, in the process of looking for crude oil, we are stumbling on some gas assets, and we are flaring this gas away without capturing it and using it for economic development. That's it.
This was a little bit of a little masterclass.
So again, just look at it this way, that you try to fetch water. Because your primary aim is water, you get the water, and then you stumble on stones, and then you are just throwing the stones away. So that's what we are doing. We are exploring crude oil from the ground, and then we are stumbling on gas. Rather than capturing this gas, we are wasting the gas into the air. So what we should be doing is, first of all, we should understand the fact that we are a gas country, and then we need to start looking for gas. All of the gas finds we have in Nigeria were not things we consciously look for. We just stumble upon them in the process of looking for crude oil. So we need to start looking at the fact that when we give people license to drill oil, let's ask them if they have the capacity to also capture gas as well, so that these gas are captured. And the government have said it time and time again that, look, flaring gas is a big deal. We need to penalize companies that flare this gas. We need to penalize any individuals flaring this gas. So the laws are put in place to penalize them, but then implementation of these laws have also been weak, and that's the biggest challenge. But the point is, we need a lot of gas in Nigeria, because one of the reasons why gas, even cooking gas prices are up now, is because we don't have enough supply of gas to meet the demand. And so because there is little supply and the demand is high, prices are also high as well. So the way forward is, we need to start consciously looking for gas, and then we need to start giving companies the license to also explore gas as well. And then let's pay attention to our gas resources, and that's it.
Deepa, thank you very much for just breaking that in a very simple, very understandable manner for us this morning. Some of the stories that you also find on the Business Day newspaper today: federal government's 10-year bond rallies on 22.6% yield. DMO sees oversubscription on 7-year and 10-year bonds. Also, we still went on to talk about the Lekki-Ajah rail line seen driving Lagos economy. That goes on page 30. You want to grab a copy of the Business Day newspaper. But before we wrap up, we always like to see what's on the cartoon of the day. That's one of our big bestseller on the Business Day newspaper. It's always very interesting. Like I always say, very punchy. So we have that picture that you have on your screen. It says National Social Register. Now we have a man on the left and a man on the right. The man on the actually both of them look starved in a way, so they have a magnifying glass, and the one on the left says, "My God, I didn't know there were so many rich poor people in Nigeria." Then the man on the right says, "My friend, we are checking the wrong register." And then in the magnifying glass, you have Honorable SC, Mrs. Chi, Alaji Chief. Deepa, what do you understand? What's your understanding of this cartoon? Because the interesting thing about our cartoons by Mr. Mike Asuko, it takes a level of intelligence to understand, and it always hits the nail on the head. So what do you understand by this cartoon?
Yes, so I think it's spot on. So this is the National Social Register. The National Social Register is supposed to be a register for the poor. This is a list that compiles the names of all the poor people or the weak people in the society, and then you give them stipends. You give them 20,000, you give them 30,000, you give them 40. No, I think 10, 20,000. That's usually the case. And so if you look at this cartoon, the poor people are looking for their names on this list. They can't find their names, but they are seeing the names of Halaji, big people.
Honorable.
And then you are shocked that but this list is supposed to be a list for this is supposed to be a list for the poor. It's like going to school and expect to see the list of 100 level students,
and then you're saying 500 level students in it.
You are saying 400 level students because I mean all of the big people want a share. Look at it.
So how do they find their way to the register?
I mean, how is an allergy on this list, a chief on this list, an honorable member on this list, a very respectable Mrs. on this list, and then this just talked about. This captures beautifully that point about the Nigeria Social Register, the National Social Register. That's what's the list in place. How do you share money to people who are the set of people in this database? Are they the right set of people that should be there? Are they the people who is this list who collates, who is in charge of collating the list? And then was it merit driven, or was it the VC list or the minister's list or the I don't know, but then it just captures it beautifully, and we need to probe our National Social Register because they are not meeting the targeted audience. There are a lot of people who are vulnerable in the society who really need these stipends to actually survive, but then they are not getting it. It's the rich that are having access to it, and I think the cartoon captures it very, very, very well.
I mean, it's such a beautiful way to capture some of the societal issues that we face here in Nigeria. You know, always, like I always say, very punchy, very striking, and it hits the nail on the head. Very spot on. That's how we wrap it up on the BDTV Breakfast Show today, and that's how we wrap up the cartoon of the day. It's a pleasure speaking with you, Diko. Always a pleasure.
Thanks for having me.
My name is Elizabeth Musa, and that's how we bring it to a wrap today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Stay with us as we have more.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agogo, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it. That is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. no matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria, and yet everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bodi Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the big story on BDTV, and this is where we have deep conversations on issues crucial to shape our nation and our economy. My name is Elizabeth. Today, we turn our focus on persistent insecurity in Abuja, especially the one-chance situation, and how it's affecting national growth and productivity. This conversation will give details on the root cause, the effects, and also preferred solutions which will enable stakeholders to tackle this menace. It's a pleasure to have you, Mr. Anthony, joining us this morning. For several years now, Abuja, the nation's capital, has been under the heavy burden of attacks by one-chance predators who harass and dispose of unsuspecting citizens of their valuables. In some extreme cases, residents of the FCT have lost their lives while resisting the robbers who lure their victims into vehicles in the guise of providing transportation for the citizens. Now, to help us understand this situation, we are joined by Mr. Anthony Aleman. He's our assistant news editor at Business Day newspaper, and he joins us from our Abuja office today. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much for having me. The name is Anthony Aleman. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony Aleman.
Aleman, yes, Aleman.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Let me start by asking you, Mr. Anthony. Firstly, people might be watching and might not be so sure about what one chance means. So, do you want to, break this down for us a little bit for our viewers?
Well, I don't know if you can hear me clearly, but
we can hear you crystal clear.
The last statement. Okay, the last statement you made, I couldn't really get it clearly.
So I started by asking you how you would describe one chance, for people that don't necessarily understand the situation, for people who might be new to this, how you describe what one chance itself means.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The word one chance was, is coined, to describe a criminal activity that is commonly associated with local transport providers within the FCT. How does it operate? They lure their victims, unsuspecting passengers, who face the challenges of the lack of efficient public transport system within the FCT, to patronize private transport operators to enable them get to their places, their destinations, places of economic activities. So what they do is they allow you to enter their vehicles, and once you are inside, most cases, these vehicles are vehicles with tinted glasses.
Right.
Once you are inside, yes, once you are inside the vehicles, nobody knows what is happening to you inside. So they make sure that they have 1, 2, or 3 other people inside the same vehicle to convince you that these ones are also passengers. Meanwhile, they are all operating together, as it were, in tandem to harm, rob, and probably, of course, dispossess the victim of everything that they have on them. And once they succeed in doing that, they push the passengers off the vehicle moving vehicles. So in most cases, some have escaped with bruises and serious body harms. Some don't even, are not so lucky to recount their experiences because they're either crushed by oncoming vehicles or they even get, killed by these criminals, especially if they try to put up some kind of resistance. And this had been the kind of horrible experiences people who don't have cars of their own go through in most city centers, regularly. So this is exactly a vivid description of what the one chance stands for.
Mr. Anthony, thank you for that very easy way that you've simplified what one chance is. But can you give us a sense of how long the one chance situation has been on for? I mean, we understand that it's become a thing these days. So how long have we been seeing this one chance situation? How long has it been going on for? And what would you say is fueling this criminal situation at this time?
Okay, now talking about the time, I can tell you that it's been on for several years, for even as old as the FCT itself, because the city, unfortunately, was conceived and designed with a lot of defects. What I mean by this,
okay, it looks like we've lost Mr. Anthony for a bit, probably an issue with network technology and all of that, but this is the big story segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we talk about some of the issues that are affecting us, our nation, our economy, and all of that. And today we're conversing on the issue of the one chance cases that we've been experiencing, especially in the Federal Capital Territory, that's in Abuja, Nigeria. And we have Mr. Anthony Aileman on as the assistant editor of BusinessDay, and he's been helping us to break down what the situation is like, and just giving us a sense of the situation here in Nigeria and here in the FCT, just from the perspective of someone who apparently lives in Abuja. But we'll take a quick break and we'll be back soon.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat. Right. You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I'll say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good.
Yeah.
It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms, and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying. around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025, in addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are abound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors, because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide,
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the big story, and we are talking all about what the one chance situation is in Abuja, Nigeria, the Federal Capital Territory. And we've got joining us virtually Mr. Anthony Aileme. Is our assistant editor here at Business Day, and he's reporting from our Abuja office. He joins us virtually on this conversation. So just before we went on the break, Mr. Anthony, we had spoken about, you just giving us a light of what one chance means. But, before we went on the break, you were trying to give us a sense of how long this development has been on for, and what you would say is fueling this this sort of criminality in the FCT. So please go ahead. Mr. Anthony, please, if we have you, you can just say something, please, so we're sure that we have you join in. Oh, I think at this point we have to go on a break, and then.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear me? I think it's a problem of network. I can hear you.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. we took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukemi Shomuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandmom, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the cloths in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finish, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abeokuta and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
This is Bode Shosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Good day, viewers. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is Social Listening. Today, we are hitting the street to find out what the public think about the sensitive issue of divorces prevalent in our society. Should matters like divorce be shared publicly, or should they be treated with more discretion, especially as a public figure? Well, let's hear what the streets have to say about this. Are you single or married?
I've been married for 14 years.
I'm married. I'm about to.
I'm single. What's your take on divorce?
Well, I will not have...
Is it okay?
It's not okay.
Should divorces be kept public or private?
Divorce should be kept public and private in two ways. One, if the divorce, let's say for instance, a man almost killed somebody. Should I mention name? There was a musician, I won't mention name, that died because of molestation, a Christian musician that was beaten till she met her death. She didn't leave the marriage, but she's dead. If you have gone out of that marriage, you would have also seen a way to take care of your children. That is the only one I support. Don't stay where they want to kill you. Please. Nobody should sit and be panicated as if you're a car that had accident. Okay, molestation and you want to divorce, keep it private. How will a young one that is suffering the same fate know what to do next? That's why I told you, it can be this, I can. And if you're doing it because of promiscuity, you better shut up your mouth and do it quietly. We don't want to hear it.
Why do you think that there is an increasing rate of divorce these days?
I think people rush into marriage. Even when they see red flags, they do not care, probably because of peer pressure. Their mates got married, they want to get married. And also people that are already in marriage, not being able to compromise and tolerate their partner can cause divorce.
First of all, I think the major reason for divorce is insincerity. People are not sincere to each other. That is one. Secondly is competition, right? People like to compare themselves with others and also compare their spouse with others. You understand? And also, you know, that human syndrome of human wants and you can never satisfy all human wants.
I can't really say because divorce is not in my dictionary. I've been married for 14 years. I don't think I want to divorce anyway. But for those that are divorcing, there must be something that's making them divorce. It might be molestation, abuse, violence in the home and all that, you know. And sometimes you never can tell why somebody wants to divorce. If you come to the female part, maybe this man is not paying attention or not giving me enough money, or you're seeing another person outside that you will think you can impress more than the devil you know at home. So I don't know. People divorce for so many reasons. There are so many reasons why somebody can divorce.
Well, the one thing I understand about this divorce is maybe for the man, okay, maybe the character the woman bringing is not quite okay.
With the increasing rate of divorce these days, do you think it has affected how the public perceives
It has.
of marriage?
It has actually, because there are some of my friends that feel like marriage is not necessary, and it's because of what they see on social media. So it really has effects on, especially the coming generation. You see some of them saying, "Oh, I'd rather remain single than," and I know there's a good part to marriage. So I feel like people should get to see more of that. So it has a lot.
Well, yes, to a good extent, yes. It discourages people, especially young people. And you know, these days, if you ask, let me say, majority of young people, majority of single, they will tell you that, most of them will tell you that marriage is a scam, because they believe they are seeing what is happening on the social media and the rest. So they will be like, if I enter marriage now, this one I go to see. Do you understand? So it discourages people. That is just it. It discourages especially young people. And if you look at it very well, you see that these days there is high rate of, as in single people. They are more, like compared to before now. You understand? Before now, then you don't even need, as a young guy, you don't need to disturb yourself that you are of age. Your parent will just go and get wife for you and give you. You understand? And all those issues will be taken care of. But these days, you have to prepare yourself financially, mentally, and otherwise. You prepare yourself. And now looking at what is happening, especially this celeb of a thing, you are looking at so person. I don't want to call them sha. So person did this, like the one that happened yesterday. Somebody came up and the rest and the rest. So when they look at all those things, they will be like, I beg, might just enjoy my life as a single as a single person.
So many people think marriage is an achievement. Some people want to marry and let be that I'm married, or nobody will say I didn't see a man to marry, or I didn't see a wife to marry. People that are thinking about having elaborate marriage or having a marriage that is this is the best for the year. Look out for them. Give them time. Start counting. Because the thing that the way bitter cola sounds in the mouth, that's not the way it's sweet. Until you realize that what you have come here to do is to become half of this person, part of this person, and the person will accept that person's bad and good, and the person accepts your bad and good.
It's not encouraging. If I have a brother that wants to get married at this time, this hardship, I think that is his own belief. I will not advise him that he should stop marrying. He should go ahead, because I believe everything is going to be fine.
Do you think that public divorces, especially from public figures, do you think it inspires people to be more open about their struggles? Or do you think it inspires more people to go for divorces regardless of whatever situation they're facing?
I think any divorce that is public or private, as far as the divorce is based on two people separating based on their mental health, okay, we can't cope with this, we can't do, they are not, somebody wake up one morning and say, I don't want to marry again. Coming publicly to come and say, I'm saying it, I'm not marrying again. Well, when you agree to marry, we are not there. Please keep it quiet, keep it on your own. When you said that you want to marry, you didn't tell us. It is when you now came for the wedding, you gather everybody, you wasted our time. That's what I'll call it. We came for the wedding, we buy Ashebi, we saw Ashebi, all of that. Then don't. If you want to divorce, the fact that you should be doing that. If people that you want to divorce, those people that came to your wedding, call all of them one by one. Let them go down when you're doing that divorce. Because I don't understand. It doesn't encourage anybody. You understand? The only thing I know that if somebody is being molested, being abused, you understand, and you come out and speak, and people will even help you and tell you, please run away, run for your dear life, because nobody wants to lose their child.
So on the issue of public divorces, do you think it's okay for celebrities to come on social media to announce publicly of their divorces? Well, like you said, they are public figures. Whether they announce it or not, we are bound to know about it. But I just feel like before announcing it, they should come to a mutual agreement on, okay, are we ready to put this out? It should not be one person putting the divorce thing out. The two of them should have a mutual agreement before putting it out. Because whether they put it out or not, they are public figures. We are bound to know.
Well, when you already call them celebrity. So celebrity is all about showcasing. It's all about letting people know that, as in let people know that you are, something is happening to you. But it has a negative impact on the society. Do you get? Because most people will look at it and start, compare, like I said before, start comparing their own family with what is happening in the celeb family, without knowing that all fingers are not equal and you can't be the other person. You get? So I don't think it's right for them to bring it to the limelight or let people start knowing that this is what is happening to them and the rest. I don't think it's right.
But you think it comes with the territory of their work?
Exactly.
On what ground do you think people can have a divorce? Well, personally for me, I would say domestic violence, one, cheating, When it comes, I know some people will say, oh, you can't tolerate this, and maybe Christianity says, so maybe when your partner dies, but I just feel like anything that will affect your mental health, you should do away with it. So for me, I don't have a really, I don't have, how will I put it? I don't have standard for divorcing. So if it's messing with your mental health, if it's something you've tried to control and you can't control it, rather than losing yourself, just separate. Let's just call it separation.
Well, I'm a Christian, first of all. A very good one at that. Biblically, the Bible says that you can only divorce your wife on one condition. That is, if she is caught red-handed cheating. You understand? So, based on that, I think that is the only reason why there can be divorce. You get? So, I'm talking from biblical point of view, as a Christian that I am. So, that's just what I think. Any other thing, both of you, even that one too, you can resolve it to, you understand? But that one is strong enough to cause divorce.
So every other thing can be worked out?
Of course. Every other thing can be worked out. Every other thing. You put your heads together and you agree and move on with life. Nobody is perfect. So if you are looking for perfect man or perfect woman, that means you're not ready to mingle.
Finally, do you still believe in marriage?
I do. I do.
All right.
I do.
Well, there you have it. This has been the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'd like to hear what our audience have to say, and that's why we come to the streets to find out their perspective on very interesting and important matters affecting us and shaping our society. Until next time, my name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Business Day TV.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
My name is Olubusayo Adedi, the CEO of Sirius Group Africa. We are a pan-African innovative investment banking firm involved in advisory and trusteeship and equally asset management. And also we have our player in serving the SME space through our microfinance bank platform. We are into innovative financial services and providing solutions across Africa and also empowering Africa prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thank you, sir. Congratulations on winning the fastest growing corporate trustees in Nigeria award 2024. And can you tell us what this award means to you?
Yeah, this award actually is the second time in a row. We won it last year as well. And that shows the appreciation of our services for the market. We are very proud of actually having this award in our group. The trust firm has actually been doing wonderfully well, and through that we have brought innovative products into the market. And this award actually shows that yes, the market has received our products very well, and it shows to us that we're to do more and to continue to actually commit to innovative products in trust services in Nigeria and even across Africa.
Yeah, corporate trusteeship is not. What do you do? What is it?
Okay, as corporate trusteeship, there are 3 levels of trusteeship. We have the public trust space, we have the corporate trust space, and then we have the private trust space. In the public trust space, we serve as intermediary and represent investors in public issuances like government bonds as well. And in the corporate trust space, we serve as security trustees, whereby organizations who come to the market to actually raise funds, put securities in trust of trustees, and also we represent the interest of the borrowers, who actually ensures we represent the interest of the lenders and ensuring that the borrowers actually repay, and then in case of default, the lenders are not left without a security interest. So the trustees actually fill that space of ensuring and bringing comfort into the venture transaction. And also in the private trustees, we manage estates, and then we help people to actually plan for their future. And also we hold assets on behalf of beneficiaries. So that's what we basically do. What we have done is to actually bring innovative way, introduce technology to this process, and also we actually brought collaborative ways by which the services are rendered, and then the needs of the investors are met the creative way.
What would you say will be the 3 biggest deals you've done in the last?
Okay, in a couple of years that we've been involved in about 2 very big deals. Most essentially this year, we're involved in the 22.5 billion transaction by one of the state governments in Nigeria, and also the first state green bonds. We are also on that transaction. That is still in the works, but since our inception, about 3 years ago, when we joined the trusteeship industry, we have actually been involved in different large transactions, which I cannot. But like I mentioned, it's 22.5 billion, and then there is another 20 billion that we're involved in as well.
Yeah, and then what do you say the next milestones you're working toward?
Okay, in terms of
without avoiding secrets anyway.
The next milestone or the next trajectory we have actually set for ourselves, we want to be one of the 3 top trusteeship company in Nigeria within a space of 5 years operation. Now we are 3 years. Between now and the 5th year of operation, we want to be among the top 3 trust companies, if not the first. And also, we're not looking at operating within Nigeria alone. We are looking at growing into the emerging markets in Africa, because Africa's prosperity is actually our watchword. We believe that fixing Africa's infrastructural gap can only be done by the Africans. Sure. Yeah. And so our coming into this space is to actually bridge whatever the gaps are, both within the Anglophone and the Francophone, within the African space. So our intention is to actually have a dominant place within the financial services sector in both Nigeria and Africa.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once more, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book, I recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself, in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations, and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service, on both the supply side and the demand side, that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Today's show, we talk about gas flaring. Not a year has gone by without gas flaring. Ever since I was in elementary school, primary school as you know it, I've heard the term gas flaring every single year. Not a year has gone by without Nigeria facing this challenge. Gas, which is used for electricity power, is burned away and millions are left without electricity for days. In 2024, Nostratus released the report and Nigeria's flared gas was valued at $1.1 billion, the highest we have seen since 2020. Welcome, this is Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we bring you a comprehensive breakdown of activities that dominate the economic and financial space. I'm your host, David Olujimi. Gas-powered thermal power plants, basically thermal power plants which are powered by gas. They account for about 86% of Nigeria's power generation, making gas arguably the most important commodity to the average Nigerian. However, Nigerians may not know it because they don't buy gas in the market. The gases that are used to power these power plants come from associated gas that comes from Nigeria's oil fields. However, we have non-associated gas fields, but most of them still undeveloped. Essentially, as crude oil drilling happens, there is usually an associated infrastructure to ensure that the gas is trapped, because these gases are quite poisonous as expected. In some cases, the gases are transported to gas processing plants such as we have in NLNG, that's in Nigerian liquefied natural gas, for liquefaction. However, in some cases, these trapped gas are burned to prevent them from poisoning the air in the surrounding communities, hence the concept of gas flaring. On economy and markets, this issue is of special concern because according to National Oil Spill Detection and Response Agency, NOSDRA, a report they released yesterday showed that in 2024, Nigeria fled about 300.5 million standard cubic feet of gas, the highest since 2020 when we fled about 335 million standard cubic feet. The total value of the flared gas was put at about $1.1 billion, and for context, about $600 million was incurred in penalties by the companies that fled the gas. Ideally, 1 million standard cubic feet would lead to generation of about 3 megawatts of electricity, between 3 to 4 megawatts of electricity. So we can just say from that figure, we can say Nigeria fled about 900 megawatts of its electricity output in 2024. To help us provide context to this matter, we have Dr. Ayodele Oni, who is an energy lawyer, and he's going to bring insight or context to some of the figures. Thank you, Dr. Ayodele, for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much for having me.
So, we have an issue in Nigeria. Power plants are operating at far below their capacity. NLNG, which is like the biggest gas processing, we have NLNG, which is operating at about 60-something% of its capacity. I think there was a year that there was a force majeure on NLNG's plants, but we saw them come back. But since then, they've not been able to hit optimal capacity. But here we are flaring gases. So what's your take on the matter, sir?
Okay, very interesting point. Gas flaring has been historically a challenge, and you cannot also separate it from the underperformance of the power plants in Nigeria, because many times many of these plants cannot produce to capacity, cannot generate electricity to their capacity because they do not have gas. Now we flare gas that otherwise have been useful. Although, to be honest, the federal government is doing the gas flare commercialization program, which is a very laudable program, and I'm advising 2 or 3 consortia in relation to that gas flare commercialization program, and I know it's good, so that gas that is already destined for flaring at the flare start can be taken and then used for projects such as power projects, right? So I think flaring has been a challenge. I think non-availability of gas is directly related to power generation in Nigeria, and as long as we have challenges with gas, we would always have challenges with power. And for example, data suggests that in 2023, about 79.4.5% of power generation was gas-fired. Only 20.9 was hydro, and the balance was everything else you had. So speaks to the importance of gas and reducing or completely phasing out gas flaring. I mean, you cannot phase it out completely, but it can be reduced substantially. And one of those ways is through the gas flare commercialization program of the federal government of Nigeria. And non-availability or inadequacy of gas and inability of power plants to operate at optimum capacity are directly related.
So, Doctor, I got something. You talked about the inability of the power plants to operate at optimal capacity. But sometimes when you read the news, when you observe things from the point of view of the power plants, because in this case, the power plants will say they are the final consumers, they make it look like they don't. It's not like they don't want to operate at optimal capacity. They say there is not sufficient gas. So, what do you think what are the challenges behind improving Nigeria's gas utilization? Do you think that because what we have, the processing capacity we have right now is quite insufficient for the population and industrial capacity that Nigeria presently possesses? So what's behind these? Is there a capacity problem from the power plant, or there's an infrastructure problem from the supply chain of gas to power?
Okay, the historical problem, that's where I'll start from.
Okay.
Historically speaking, Power Authority, which is, some people say never expect power at all, which became Power Holding Company of Nigeria, or please hold your candle now. Gas producers were forced to sell gas for less than their cost of production. So no one invested for a long time. And in 1999, when we started to have the NLNG, and later 2005, when we decided to have the also condensate and the rest, everybody was doing export projects, gas liquids. No one was investing gas infrastructure, and government hadn't built sufficient infrastructural backbone for gas. So historically, what we should have done in the last 40, 50 years, we only started to scratch the surface around 2010-ish, 2008, when we had the national gas domestic supply policy and the rest. So it's been an infrastructure gap. But recently you have the OBEN, you have the integration of the ongoing integration of the Eastern and Western gas pipeline network, integrating with OBEN and the East, and the North, and building AKK, Ajakuta, Kaduna, Kano, so that we can even then connect in North Africa and sell. So a lot is happening with the infrastructure, but for a very long time, not much was done. And that's what we feel now. And also the commercial arrangement was poor, such that nobody was going to invest. Because imagine you producing something for 1 naira and you are forced to sell it for 70 kobo. Or producing something for 2 naira and you are forced to sell it for 1 naira, unless you're a charity, of course, or you find money elsewhere. So this is where the challenge is. Infrastructure, even inadequate demand too. For a long time, there was almost no demand in Nigeria, save for power generation by NEPA, which later became PHCN. So it's been historical, it's been poor commercial arrangement, it's been even the law not paying particular attention to gas. The Petroleum Act mentions natural gas only once, if I recall, until we had the PIA that had specific provisions with respect to gas, and around 2007, 8, when we had the Obasanjo and Jonathan regime speak to gas, domestic gas utilization, and the likes. So those have been the challenges. They've been historical, but there is now a lot of traction and a lot of progress with CNG, with LPG, with government gas penetration program, with government subsidy substitution program that the federal government is now doing. And we see companies like Tetracol, like Falcon doing a lot, ND Gas, So I think we're making progress, but the historical challenges have been there. And like you said, lack of demand, there was insufficient demand and utilization locally, poor commercial arrangement, historical challenges, infrastructure. All of these have been challenges, but some of them are now getting resolved.
Okay, so let's go back on track to gas flaring. Considering that penalties, because I see that the PIA institute penalties for gas flaring, but it seems like these penalties are not deterrent enough. Is there something else that can be done outside of, you mentioned the gas flaring commercialization program. Do you think there should be increase in the penalties? Because some experts of the opinion that, maybe when they increase the penalties, the companies will probably consider it more costly to burn the gas than to actually now find a way of sending it to a processing plant. What are your thoughts?
Okay, penalties have never been a deterrent, because business people will always find a way around it. So I think the carrot and the stick approach, when you have a carrot, come get a license or a permit, will give you very easily, you can do gas utilization projects. And then the penalties are also there. So for me, I think a more commercially sensitive approach is better, where you can encourage people to utilize. And a lot of people are already having these conversations. At least I know about, if I am advising 2 or 3 consortia, I am sure there are several other consortia looking at this project. And some of the IOCs are even saying, we don't do this for another 5 years, because even we are now developing gas utilization projects, So I think that there's traction. I think that gas flaring itself is reducing compared to what we had historically. And I think if these projects close, there will be need to start increasing penalties. I think that the penalties as they are a bit reasonable. I think what we should now do is to have more commercially sensitive and commercially attractive arrangement. And I'll give you an example also in the telecoms. You can always juxtapose, right? In telecoms, you had NITEL. But when government, and they were very inefficient, expensive, you'd have to keep up for days. I didn't experience much of that. I was much, much younger in my teenage years, right? Well, yeah, in my teenage years. So the truth is, maybe early 20s. The truth is that if you provide a substitute for people, e.g. the gas flare commercialization program, where private companies can come and take that gas that is destined for flaring. These guys will begin, particularly when they see that it's commercially viable, they too will begin to think of developing their project. So for me, my approach is never punishment, penalties, fines. No, my approach is find an attractive alternative, and you see people falling over each other to do business and to utilize gas.
So now, is there any hope, based on your own understanding of that space, do you think there's any hope for non-associated gas fields? Basically, all of those gas fields that don't have any crude oil based underneath, what are
Yes.
does it look like they are developing them?
Oh yes, I remember that there are fiscal incentives, investment tax credits and allowances that government introduced last year around non-associated gas fields too. So I think that to the extent that government continues to provide infrastructure backbone, you have pipelines, you have and the commercial arrangement makes sense. You see people looking to buy. I've been in conversations where clients are looking to buy gas fields, pure play, gas play. They are not looking to do associated gas. And you know, the fun thing about Nigeria is that our non-associated gas reserves are nearly as much, if not slightly more than our associated gas. So it's almost a 50-50 thing. So I think that there's hope for non-associated gas, especially with what government is doing with this gas penetration policy. Recall that this current decade until 2030 is the decade of gas, and a lot is being done around gas, both gas and renewables. The government is doing a lot, you know, with upstream gas. See what the $5 billion investment in Bonga. Seplat is doing a lot around gas, and a number of other companies. So I think, and midstream companies too, you know, and we want to be self-sufficient when it comes to cooking gas, LPG, so that the vagaries of international trade and logistics don't impact us. If you recall, 2-3 years ago, every now and then there were issues with LPG getting to Nigeria because we weren't producing sufficiently. So the demand is growing, the demand is rising, and there are opportunities. So I think for the discerning businessman, the average discerning businessman is already beginning to look at the gas play. And I know a few of them already who are doing that. So I think we do have hope with our non-associated gas reserves too.
Well, so thank you very much, Dr. Ayodele. It's been a very insightful conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. So after the break, we'll have a breakdown of the NGX in January 2025. As we see, the market hit its worst January since 2019. Today is January 29. We have 2 days, January 30, Thursday and Friday. We may see the market rebound from there, but however, as it is right now, we've seen the worst January in the NGX since 2019. After the break.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
The market is up by 1% this month. All share index is around 103,958.75 points, still far off from our all-time high of about 105,000 points. This is, as we have, like I said initially, the slowest January since 2019. Market capitalization is yet to hit the 65 trillion naira mark. It's somewhere around 64 trillion, 64.17 trillion, still about 830 billion short of the 65 trillion naira mark. However, in the coming weeks, as we see banking recapitalization shares start to hit the market, we've already seen GT start an allocation of the shares, Access start an allocation of the shares, Fidelity start an allocation of the shares, FCMB start When all of these shares start to hit the market and start to trade, we'll see the market capitalization cross at least. All of those shares are expected to contribute up to ₦1 trillion in market cap, especially Access Bank's recapitalization. So when those shares start to hit the market, we'll probably see GT Bank cross the ₦2 trillion mark. Last week, we saw GT Bank cross $1 billion in market valuation. Fidelity Bank will also see a jump in its market cap as its share price presently is over 100% from its offer share price on its public offer and its on the public offer and the right issue. It had a public offer price of 9.75 kobo. Presently, the bank is trading at 19.60 kobo. For the right issues, right issue share was 9.25 kobo. When you juxtapose it, you see that the bank has appreciated over 100%, making it a killing for investors who went in. So when those shares are released into the market, 10 billion of them, we'll see Fidelity Bank's market capitalization jump by almost 200 billion. However, still shy of the ₦1 trillion mark. Essentially, this slow action in the market can be tied to fast action in the bond market. This year, we've seen yields on T-bills maintain the high level, with CBN issuing up to 1.5 trillion in T-bills January alone. We've seen them issue T-bills where they raised about the last T-bill auction, they raised almost 800 billion, and the one before they raised about 500 billion thereabouts. So we've seen them issue T-bills at rates of 21%, still remarkably high, considering the fact that right now the naira is at a stable position. In the bond market, the story is not more different. On January 27, we saw the issuances of 3 5-year bond, a 7-year bond, and a 10-year bond. And these 5- and 7-year bonds were issued at record high. We've never seen T-bill issued. We've never seen bonds issued at that kind of rate, 21.79% and 22.5% respectively. Essentially, with our exchange rate finding a stable spot, returns in naira are also equating the returns in USD. And I'm sure that foreign actors who made a play for Nigeria's T-bill market from mid-2024, from the period the naira was trading at 1,005, that's around June 2024, people who have been putting money in the Nigerian market, basically people who have bought maybe the 90-day bills with USD, they've been smiling a lot to the bank because there is basically no T-bill market anywhere else in an emerging market that offers the kind of return with the level of currency stability that we've seen in Nigeria over the past few months. This move in the bond market is expected to start to seep into the equities market. However, we don't know the data yet, as January data for foreign market participation is yet to be out. January is yet to be over, actually. And with this basic information, I thank you for joining us on Economy and Markets on Business Day TV. We'll see you again on Friday. This is Economy and Markets on Business Day Television. I'm David Olujimi. Good morning.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
On behalf of our author I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a conclusion. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day television. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to Inside Politics. I'm in your Iwok. The drama over the impeachment of Mudashiru Obasa as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly took a twist over the weekend. While speaking to party members, Obasa said his removal was illegal because he did not follow due process of the law. He also said he was impeached with a fake mask and that he still retained his position as the Speaker. He said that no panel was found that had found him guilty and the allegations against him were false. Obasa was removed by 32 out of 40 members of the House of Assembly on January 13. They has accused him of misconduct and mismanagement of funds. He had been replaced by his deputy, Mujisola Mirinda. But what option is left for Obasa? And what are the procedures for removing a speaker? I'll be joined this morning by a public affairs analyst and a lawyer who provide more perspective about the issue on ground. Good morning, good morning, lawyer.
Good morning, Ini.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, Ini. I can hear you very well. Can you hear me from your end?
Welcome to Inside Politics.
It's a pleasure to be here today.
What is your take? So much have happened in Lagos over the last more than 1 week. The removal of the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa. Obasa said the allegations that were used by the House to remove him, the House did not set up a panel. He faulted his removal, said the House did not set up a panel to remove him, and that he still remained the Speaker. What is your take in the process that led to his removal?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Well, to remove a speaker is very simple. It's as provided in section 92, subsection 1C of the 1999 Constitution as amended. And it says, if he is removed from office by a resolution of the House of Assembly by the votes of not less than 2/3 majority of members of the House. That is what the Constitution tells us on how a speaker should be removed. Did they comply with the 2/3 rule? Yes, they did. To talk about allegations or no allegations, I think those are asides. It doesn't even to be removed, in my opinion, it doesn't mean you must have done anything wrong or you must have, because first and foremost, you are in the House of Assembly to represent your constituency, and that is your primary responsibility, to make laws for the betterment of your constituency, and you are first amongst equals. So if other members of the House come up to say they no longer want you as their speaker, and they have followed the laid down provision of the Constitution. For me, I think there is no ulabalo about that. And the provision is very simple and clear.
But he faulted, but is there any provision in the law that says that before you can be impeached, you have to be present in the House? Because that was one of the, where he said that particular, he said previous speakers that have been impeached, they were present in the House. They were around. Does he have hold any there's anything hold any is what he said?
Thank you very much, Mr. Ine. On that, it's very funny because he said all that. Somebody who has been speaker for 10 years, yes, that is commendable. If he's not a strong politician, he won't hold that post down for that long. He has been in the House for over 20 years. Yes, but what he has said has no basis in law or in our Constitution. Whether you have to be in the House or you don't have to be in the House, or they have to show you some allegations. It doesn't even have to be an allegation, like I have said earlier. Once they have complied with the laid down provision of Section 92, I think they are home and dry. And if the impeached speaker, Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa, has any grievances as to how he has been removed, I think it's not the press he should be talking to. He should be in court to exercise his right if he thinks he's got any to exercise there.
Many people have said, some of his supporters have also said that the House should have set up a panel to prove if they see that he has been speaker for the past more than 1 decade. Maybe they found him guilty of any offense. They should have set up a panel to probe him, and from there they can begin to see that if he's found guilty of that panel, he will come and defend himself. He's found guilty, then impeachment proceeding can be moved against him. We didn't see all this. Do you see? Do you think isn't much about political power play? What we saw there in the assembly?
Like I said earlier, a parliamentarian, you are first and foremost primus inter pares. You are not elected into the assembly to be a speaker or to be a deputy speaker or whatever. You are elected to represent your people. And like I said again, if the members, all the law says is that they have to have the numbers. It did not say even the speaker must have done anything wrong. It did not say it did not talk about doing anything wrong or anything. And you can even be the best player in a football pitch. For tactical reason, the coach might decide to substitute you. So it doesn't mean the talk about allegations and all that, for me, is an aside. The House has been constituted, and they made the 2/3. They made the resolution that they no longer want Honorable Mudashiru Ajayi Obasa as their speaker.
Ajibola Oduwole. So what option is left for Obasa now?
For me, I think Obasa has done his best as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly. Good for him. His people in the Agege constituency, they have not said they no longer have confidence in him. He's still in the House to represent them, unless he feels otherwise. So I feel he should continue to represent his people properly. And of course, like I mentioned earlier, if he feels strongly aggrieved that he has been outdone by, he's a lawyer, and I'm sure he knows what to do. He can approach the court. But from what we have seen in the public here, the removal was probably done.
So what you're saying now is that all those things he was saying, the maize that they used to remove him was not the right one, and that allegations against you were not proven. All those does not hold water. The main thing is that he was impeached by the 2/3 majority of the House. Oduwole, is that what you're saying?
Very well, Mr. Ini. A maize is just a symbol of authority. Even a broom or anything can be used as a mace, so long as the members of the House agree that this is their symbol of authority for that sitting. And the removal was done within the precincts of the House of Assembly, in the chambers. It was not done in one hotel, or they did not go to one somebody's house to conduct the sitting, because for those are the things that can impair the sitting. But for me, it was properly done. It was maize. The issue of maize or no maize is just a symbol of authority, and I think the removal of
okay, Oduwole, for time's sake, what is your reaction? A lot of people have said what we see across the country is that House of Assembly have become the puppet of the executive. A lot of them, they seem not to, they can't stamp their feet to say this is what we want. They are controlled by the executive. All across the country, maybe one or two houses seem to have that independence. What is the implication for our democracy and for good governance and accountability when House of Assembly cannot stand their feet? What is your reaction to that?
You might not be too far off from the truth, because House of Assembly should not be a puppet to the executive, because they are elected to make laws for the good governance of the state and their people, and that does not mean the House of Assembly should be at constant loggerheads with the executive, but they should be able to disagree when they disagree, and they should be able to reach a compromise when they reach a compromise. They should not just be pocketed by the chief executive of the state.
Okay, but a lot of people have also looked at this angle. Finally, maybe one of the reasons why a lot of members accused Obasa of being too domineering, high-handedness. A lot of people have said, okay, maybe he overstayed as a speaker in the House. He has been in the House for 6 terms. So, of course, we know that in the legislature, you can go as many times as you want to the House. But people said maybe he was so powerful because he overstayed as speaker, he was stayed too long as a speaker. What is your take in that? The parties, a lot others said the party probably protected him. Allegations were coming over the years, but the party didn't remove him. Even in 2020, after the election, when some people thought he would not come back as the speaker, the party gave him the nod. Some said maybe he overstayed in that position. Do you agree?
Well, in as much as I don't want to be dragged into the politics of it, but for me, the House of Assembly moved against him when they felt the time was right. For me, there is no issue of overstay or no overstay. Is for him to have held down the House for that long. I believe he was doing something right at the time. But when the time is right, the time is right. There is nothing we can do. Even me sitting on this seat where I am today, I will not be sitting on this seat forever. And you too will not be sitting on that seat forever. The lesson in it for all of us is that we should know that when we are elected or even appointed into a post, we should start planning our exits as soon as practicable, because when it happens, we should not allow it to take us by surprise, because it's something that will eventually happen.
Thank you very much, Ajibola Oduwole, for joining us on today, Inside Politics.
It's a pleasure to be with you.
Okay. We take a short break on the program. When we come back, we look at the crisis in Rivers PDP. We'll be joined by our man from Rivers State.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
because the ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations. And
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Yes, welcome to Inside Politics. We should supposed to have our man join us live from Port Harcourt to look at the crisis in River PDP, where a federal high court last week nullified the Congress held by the VK camp. There was a Congress in July, August last year, electing ward, local government, and state ESCO. That ESCO was backed by the national leadership of the party. The Fubara-led camp also had theirs, but the national leadership of the party actually backed the River State, the Congress held by Wike camp, which was nullified by the Federal High Court. But now there's a new ESCO in place in River State, backed by the Fubara government. The camp headed by Robbie Sinewu set up a caretaker committee. They are in charge of Rivers PDP now, but the Wike camp have kicked against that. They said they will not accept that. They're challenging that at the Supreme Court. So much is happening in Rivers PDP. Members are saying they don't want Fubara. Some are saying they want Wike. So all this is headed towards 2027. Unfortunately, the network, our man could not join us due to the challenges with the network. But I can promise you that we'll discuss this issue next week on the program. Thank you very much for being a part of the program. My name is Senior Bong. You're welcome.
You are watching Business Day television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back. This is BDTV News at Noon. I am Zainab Aderomu. Let's see what's making the top stories today. 3,690 Nigerians listed as U.S. mass deportation continues. Senate threatens to arrest High Prep coordinator over $360 million Ogoni cleanup. Nigeria's real estate to hit $2.25 trillion by 2025, says Dangiwa. Colombian Air Force planes sent to fetch deporters from U.S. Neymar Al Hilal agreed to terminate contract. To begin the news, about 3,690 Nigerians in the United States are faced with deportation as Trump cracked down on illegal immigrants in the country. In the document compiled by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the agency revealed the data is broken down by nationality and number of people faced with deportation. It also clarified that as of November 24, 2024, there are 1,445,549 non-citizens on ICE's non-detained docket with final removal orders. The ICE is charged with the responsibility of protecting America from cross-border crimes and illegal immigration that threaten national security. Moving on, the Senate, through its Public Accounts Committee, has issued a stern warning to Nenibarini Zabe, the coordinator of the Hydrocarbon Pollution Remediation Project, HYPREP. He was also threatened with a warrant of arrest if he fails to appear before the committee on Tuesday, February 4, 2025. This warning was issued by Aliyu Wadada, the committee's chairman, following Zabe's repeated failure to respond to the committee's summons, marking the 7th time he has failed to honor their invitation. In November 2023, HYPREP disclosed that $360 million had been released for the cleanup of the polluted Ogoni land in the Niger Delta. Also, the Senate's Public Accounts Committee has raised concerns about the project's transparency and accountability. Still on, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Dangiwa, has urged foreign investors at the Saudi Real Estate Forum to seize the vast opportunities within Nigeria's housing sector, particularly through the federal government's Renewed Hope Cities and Estates program. This is according to a statement on Tuesday by the Special Assistant on Media and Strategy to the Minister, Mark Shise. Dangiwa highlighted the significant growth prospects in Nigeria's real estate market, citing the country's ongoing housing deficit. According to him, Nigeria's real estate sector contributed around 5.2% to the nation's GDP in 2024 and will increase in market volume to 2.25 trillion naira by the end of 2025. He also stressed that the Nigeria facing a housing deficit of 28 million units, exacerbated by rapid urbanization. Emphasizing the broader implications of housing on economic growth and stability, Dangiwa highlighted the Nigerian government's commitment to overcoming challenges in the sector. To end the local news, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has shut down the infamous cemetery market in Aba, Abia State for the second time in 2 years. The agency said it uncovered and confiscated fake and substandard food and beverages worth over 5 billion naira in its latest operation, tagged Operation Cleanup Aba. Described as a hub for Africa's largest counterfeit wine and beverage cartel, Cemetery Market has been notorious for producing fake alcoholic drinks, carbonated beverages, and food products. NAFDAC's Director General Mojisola Adeyeye, in a statement she signed on Tuesday, described the raid as the most decisive action in the history of the market. During the operation, over 240 makeshift factories were said to have been discovered producing counterfeit products under unsanitary conditions. On the foreign scene, 2 Colombian Air Force planes sent to the U.S. to fetch deported migrants have landed in the capital, Bogota. The migrants had been on the U.S. military flight headed for Colombia on Sunday when Colombian President Gustavo Petro barred the U.S. military aircraft from landing, arguing that those on board were being treated like criminals. The incident took the two countries to the brink of a trade war after Donald Trump threatened to impose a 25% tariff on Colombian goods, and Petro said he would retaliate in kind. Diplomats from both countries reached a deal which has seen Colombia send its own Air Force planes to collect the migrants, a process that Petro said ensured that they were treated with dignity. U.S. President Donald Trump ordered a pause on federal aid that could affect trillions of dollars earmarked for everything from education grants to medical research to small business loans starting on Tuesday. Democratic senators said the illegal order violates the Constitution by usurping Congress's power to control.
Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while Context Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded mobile and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't there.
Right.
But if you're a normal human being, you don't have any what we call malabsorption syndromes, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every nutrient that you require can be consumed in the food that you eat.
Right.
You find out that a lot of those people that are on so-called low-carb diets tend to constantly have low energy. You're not able, so your brain actually needs glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly hungry. However, it depends on your level of physical activity. For example, if I'm a laborer or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm, obviously I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more energy. But if you're someone like most of us that have desk jobs, you get into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till
Yeah,
5.
exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if an individual has what we call a malabsorption syndrome, like your body can't absorb the food that you eat.
Right.
Or say pregnant women, your requirements are a lot more because of the baby. We put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Hello, this is Body Shosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
On behalf of our author and BusinessDay, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a foundation. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogun, BusinessDay, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good afternoon and welcome back to BDTV. This is another episode of the Millennial Hangout where we talk about issues, topics that concern millennials. And I dare say every generation, but we're more focused on millennials. Today we're talking about something very interesting and important. We're talking about personal branding and networking in a digital age. How exactly do you want to appear to your audience? How do you want people to receive you? How do you want people to remember you? That's what we're going to be talking about today. My name, once again, is Zainab Aderomu. And of course, I have with me a very, very packed, valuable list of speakers, professionals, people who are doing great work excellently in their fields. I'm just going to introduce them. The first person on my list, I have an entrepreneur and innovator, Folajomi Adebulugbe. I hope I got that correctly. I also have with me a brand marketing and communications strategist, Onoma Alerichi. We're also going to be listening to the Director of Technology Account Management at MasterCard, Lara Rando. And finally, we have a global brand strategist and seasoned marketing and communications expert, Eze Emmanuel Chukudi. It's a great pleasure to have all of you here. I hope you can hear me. Please unmute and let us know that you can hear.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
Hi, Zainab. Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
All right, great. It's great to have you. So I'm just going to start off one after another. We're going to start with Folajomi, because that's the order that I have here. Folajomi is an accomplished entrepreneur and business leader who has a proven track record of building and scaling ventures across various industries. He has co-founded Pristine Capital and launched successful startups like Joe's Indulge, Funny Shit, and Gasify. He's currently leading the Hive Incubator in Akure, and he also supports startups by providing mentorship and resources. He has a dual master's degree in international business and finance and is currently pursuing an MBA at Imperial College, London. It's great to have you here, Folajomi. So please, we'll take your remarks. What do you think when the topic personal branding and networking in a digital age comes to mind? What exactly are your thoughts?
Thank you so much, Zainab. Thank you, Business Day, for the opportunity. Just, real quick, when personal branding comes to mind, it's majorly fixed on sort of like, the image and sort of how we portray ourselves on either online and offline. And I think there's just like a huge focus in the, digital age to ensure that your online presence can match your offline presence, and there's a consistency across, sort of like, your brand as it were. Again, it's an interesting sort of like topic in terms of just like how we've come to think of personal branding over the years, from sort of like being focused on celebrities and being focused on just like our leaders or politicians and things like that. But now I think personal branding is something that everyone should care about. I think it's something that, is very important that, we take really, seriously, and it's something that helps you as a business leader, as an entrepreneur, helps you as, in your career to then also, establish yourself as a, not just a thought leader, but also someone who understands or who, is great in their space. I think it's a tool that everyone should have in their toolbox, in their career, in their set of, skill sets to be able to then portray themselves, as eloquently and as beautifully as possible. And it's important that, whatever image you then portray, you can deliver on the value. Again, there's such a huge focus on sort of, your personal brand being something that is, focused on a particular set of values, particular set of philosophies, and particular set of, sort of attributes. Again, at the course of the conversation and as questions come up, I think I'll be able to shed more light in terms of just like, my experiences in and around sort of like building a brand, being able to then, sort of use the brand to then achieve different things across board. Thank you so much, Zainab.
All right, thank you very much, Folajomi. I could see that you were literally trying to restrain yourself from sharing too much because you know that we're still going to, get into that information later on in the session. Thank you so much. Okay, so next I have with me Onoma Alerichi, a well-accomplished brand marketing and communication strategist specializing in brand design and development, and he brings over 7 years of experience to the table. He has an innovative approach which has been the driving force transforming businesses into thriving success stories. He's recognized for his creative ingenuity, strategic expertise, and result-oriented focus. He has a proven ability to deliver measurable growth while also forging meaningful audience connections. His career is a powerful testament to how the seamless fusion of creativity and strategy can achieve extraordinary outcomes. This is really wonderful and packed, right? So I really want to know what your thoughts are when you think about personal branding with your knowledge and years of experience. What exactly comes to mind?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Zainab, and thank you, Business Day, for putting this together. And when it comes to personal branding, I like to call it PB, right? Personal branding. So when it comes to personal branding, it's just, I think the best way I get to always summarize this is it's like a distinct image or your reputation, right? Your reputation online, matching your reputation offline, right? So where you are able to create a unique and authentic identity for yourself, right? So this basically is actually what rubs off on a lot of other things that you get to do. Your personal brand is something that a lot of people get to communicate with without you even knowing that that's what they are communicating with, right? So I think that's just an overview of what personal branding is doing. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Onoma. You kept it really short and simple, which is really good. Thank you so much. I'm just going to move on next to Lara Randu, who is a seasoned professional with over 16 years of experience transforming the payments landscape in Nigeria and Africa. She's currently the Director of Technology Account Management at MasterCard, and she leads process optimization, project implementation, and impactful training initiatives while actively supporting MasterCard's Force for Goods programs. She previously spent 12 years in banking, spearheading innovations like contactless card migration and instant card issuance. And she has a BSc in marine biology. I'm really interested in this story. She has an MSc in dispute resolution and certifications from institutions like Harvard Business School and Top Executive Education. Welcome, Lara. It's such a great pleasure to have you. Now, when you think about personal branding, yes, thank you, and networking in the digital age, of course, what exactly comes to mind?
Okay, so I'll start by talking about personal branding, right? And I'll say that first of all, personal branding is storytelling. Personal branding is storytelling to create and to maintain an image. Personal branding is deliberate, it's planned, it's strategic, personal branding is not a stunt. Personal branding is not a one-time thing that you do. It's something that you continue to do consistently, and to say that this is what I want to know people to know. This is what I want people to know me for, and then you carry out deliberate steps to make sure that that image you want people to know of your brand image is the same as your brand identity. In terms of what's going on in society, in terms of managing your brand online, there's so many things that's happening right now in the world. Of course, apart from the face-to-face engagements that we have with people in our different industries, there's the online communications as well. There's owned media being your own website, your blogs, where you can create the narratives that you want to tell people about. There's shared media like social media like LinkedIn, Twitter, Medium, Substack, whatever shared media that you can use to pass messages across to people. And then of course there's earned media after you have become a thought leader, a respected person in your field. You get invitations to speak at events, right? So networking, building a brand is quite a bit of you using all of these different media to cultivate the image that you want people to know you for.
All right, thank you very much, Lara. I really enjoyed the part where you had to break it down into different types of media that a person can accumulate over time. But of course, I'm sure that we're going to go into that a little bit more. But let's take our final speaker, Eze Emmanuel Chukwudi, who is a global brand strategist and seasoned marketing and communications expert with a decade of impactful experience across industries such as e-commerce, management consulting, engineering, microfinance, consumer lending, agency banking, financial technology, and of course renewable energy. He has been recognized in 2024 as one of Nigeria's 35 under 35 top brand and marketing communications professionals by the Brand Communicator, and he has built a career centered on delivering exceptional results. He's a certified public relations practitioner with the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations, a certified manager with the Nigerian Institute of Management, and a trained broadcast journalist from the National Broadcast Academy. His expertise spans brand strategy, brand management, digital marketing, public relations, reputation management, and image consultancy. Of course, it's a lot more, but I'm going to stop there. Welcome, Eze. It's great to have you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Business Day team. I'm super excited to be here and sharing my thoughts.
Yeah, so when you think of the topic, personal branding and networking in a digital age, what are the things, the elements that comes to your mind?
Okay, thank you very much for that, right? So what I always tell people is everyone has a personal brand, but not everyone is intentional about their personal brand. So when personal branding comes to mind, a lot of people think it's some really complex stuff, right? One of the greatest marketing guru in the world, Seth Godin, said, personal branding is simply your reputation. So it's literally the sum total of everything that comes to mind when your name is mentioned. And it's literally your reputation. What do people think about you? What do people say about you? How do you relate to people? And then how is this reputation formed? For example, everyone here, outside our work, we're known for something. Are you a kind person? Are you recommendable? So I know there's a popular musician. There are certain names that if you mention in Nigeria, if I mention Amaka online here, everybody say Amaka disappoints. That's the first thing that comes to mind. Or if you mention, so people are known for different things. So personal branding is literally what Lara also mentioned earlier on, is being intentional about your reputation. You have a reputation. If you look back, you would realize that people have certain opinions about you. And it is as a result of your interactions, daily interactions, what you do, that defines this reputation. At your place of work, you have a reputation. At home, you have a reputation. In school, you have a reputation. But what makes personal branding intentional is the fact that you are intentional about making your reputation across different spheres or areas of your life align, so that you don't just appear to be a good person when you're in the office, but you're terrible when you're at home. So different people have different sides of you. But when your reputation aligns across board, that is also, it's something people really need to be intentional about. So personal branding really is intentional. You're intentional about your reputation. You're intentional about how you're being seen. You're intentional about how you're heard. And I'll share something again. A lot of people think that what I share, what I do doesn't really matter. Everything you put out online would define what the perception that people have about you. So every step, every post you share on your on your social media, WhatsApp, these things form a perception about you. If I start speaking about sports today for 1 month consistently, everybody that follows me or anything will probably think I'm a sports journalist or somebody who loves sports. This is how reputation is built, by what you share, by your interactions, and then what you do. For example, for professionals, what you do at work defines your reputation. I've been able to build a good reputation across everywhere that I've worked, and that has also contributed to my personal brand, because I've been able to deliver excellence. So I can go back and say, oh, I need recommendation. And then when I put something online, my MDs, previous MDs or colleagues will say, yes, Eze, I worked with Eze and he did this. So my experience with them built a perception of excellence across the different places, and then they're able to say something about me. So it's important that you have a good personal brand, because nobody wants to attach. We live in a world where people want to attach to people who are succeeding. Nobody wants to align with themselves with anybody who is not succeeding, who is not reputable, who is not trustworthy. And then how do they know you if you don't communicate? So it's also the act of intentionally communicating what you know, what you're good at, and what you enjoy doing. So I'll just stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Eze. I really like the part where you talked about consistency in your personal brand communication, but not just consistency online, but also consistency offline. So you're building a consistent personal brand across different places that you've worked, whether it's, maybe it doesn't even have to be your workplace. At home, absolutely. How do they know you? Who are you at home? Who are you at work? Are they two different people? So those are things that we're actually going to talk about a little bit more. But now let me just go back to Folajomi. I have a question for you. How do you craft a unique personal brand, especially in a noisy world? It's a very competitive market. There are different social media platforms. Even if we even come offline, it's still very noisy and competitive. How exactly do you craft a unique personal brand?
I think that question is, sort of very personal as well. And it will definitely change across board with different people and with different brands and stories they're trying to craft. Again, like I think Emmanuel mentioned, personal branding is sort of like, it's almost integrity. It's really who you are, and you just portraying that story to people. In terms of the way I currently do that is I use LinkedIn a lot in terms of just like communicating, myself, communicating what I'm doing, trying to share sort of my experiences. Again, coming from a very shy background, as it were, it's a lot. It's tough for me to then sort of want to share everything and be out there presenting myself and things like that. But again, it's just one of those things you have to do. It's just one of those things the hurdles you have to cross as someone who is really intentional about their brand. You definitely need to tell your story. If again, just like what Emmanuel said, if you don't tell your story, no one can know what you've done, no one can know who you are. So it's crafting those stories and making sure it gets heard and it gets seen. I think the other thing that I do is also sort of like just on my own personal sort of like Instagram and other feed as well, is to be consistent across board in terms of just talking about businesses as often as possible while sharing sort of the other side of me, who is fun, who loves sort of engage, who loves traveling, who loves sort of spending time with his family and things like that. Again, the consistency ensures that people can trust you, and when you want to do business with them eventually, they can believe in you in terms of your authenticity. Again, so in terms of just like crafting a personal brand is again very personal, but for me it's about how I'm telling my story on Instagram, on social media platforms online, and also sort of making sure it aligns with my sort of like other personal social media platforms like Instagram and co. But the other part of it as well, like is just like on my day-to-day in work, my day-to-day sort of leading the different organizations I've been with, my day-to-day doing businesses, my message is always consistent with people is we need to take challenges, we need to provide solutions, we need to be able to ensure we're giving value out. It's not just sort of like as an entrepreneur, it's not about just crafting businesses that don't eventually have impact or don't eventually give some sort of value to people. The message is consistent across board, is you can surmount any challenges and you have to be resilient, and I think that has also shown in sort of like over the years in terms of just like the schooling, degrees, continue to work, doing things across board as well. And again, it passes across to sort of the people that you're leading, it passes across sort of people you're working with, in them understanding who you are and your brand. I think that's just like the way I would put it. It's sharing what you've done on offline, online, and ensuring that it's consistent across your social media platforms.
All right, thank you very much. If I got you correctly, I understand that there has to be a level of authenticity to your story. It also has to be consistent. It's like you're literally taking your audience on a journey. So from wherever you start, I mean, people have this notion of I have to be made before I share my story online, but you're literally carrying your audience along on your journey. And some people would have known you from a very long time. Some people will get to know you along the journey, but you're still consistent and you're still staying authentic to yourself. I think that's one good way to build a unique personal story, a unique personal brand. Thank you very much for Lajami. Now let's move on to Onoma. I'm really curious why it's important to even build and I'm talking about an online personal brand now. For example, there are a lot of people, especially millennials, who don't think it's important. I'm already doing my job. I do a great job at my workplace or different workplaces where I've worked. Why exactly do they need to consider building an online presence?
Okay, for millennials, I think one thing is that they need to understand. I think I'm part of it anyway. So I think we need to understand that life outside of the 9 to 5 regular thing would not just, okay, there is more to the life after 9 to 5, let's say, okay? And if you don't put yourself out there, if you don't tell your story, if you don't broadcast yourself, if you don't trumpet yourself, nobody would. So the only way you can actually do that, in fact, now we have the leverage of the social media where you can, you can stay at the confines of your office or your home and do these things and, get to network with people or get to sell your brand and all of that, right? So for me, I know for me, myself, right, I'm not a very loud person. I try as much as possible to be very close to myself, right? So at some point I thought about it and I was like, hey, no, you can't be doing this and you're thinking you would have to be the next Dangote or the next Elon Musk and all of that, right? You can't just keep to yourself and expect to sell. If you don't blow the trumpet, nobody will. So for millennials, I think it is one thing that we need to really spell out, or we need to really, work on. We need to speak up, right? even it's like the way the Gen Zs do this now. Everybody wants to just talk about even what is not relevant. They just want to say it. They just want to put it out there, and they want people to associate them with such things. Right? I know that it's a little bit difficult for we that are millennials, just a little bit difficult because we were not, our upbringing is not like it is right now, right? So we try to keep to ourselves. We want to maintain that holy. We want to be sure we are not stepping on anybody's foot or matching anybody's toes and all of that. But I think it's for you to actually step up or for you to actually achieve quite some levels, you need to jump on social media. You need to build your personal brand and you need to allow people to see your face. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that wonderful, fantastic response. There's this thing about visibility and how it just lets people gravitate, opportunities even gravitate towards you. So you might be doing something in a small corner somewhere, but if nobody knows about it, they probably will not be able to say, recommend you or get your expertise or your services on something, especially if that is a goal or if that is something that's important to you. So the best way to not sell something, in sales now, the best way to not sell something is to hide it under somewhere. Nobody's going to know about it and nobody's going to patronize you because they don't know that you're doing this. So visibility is very important. Again, if that's what you're into, if that's what you want. But of course, you talked about how it's important for millennials to begin to have that change of heart. I see a lot of millennials online, really, but when we think of the numbers, we still see, okay, Gen Zs are a lot more receptive to these tools, but of course it's important for millennials also to come on board. So thank you very much for your response. I'll move over now to Lara, and I'm really interested in this question because you talked about storytelling when you gave your remarks. You said storytelling really is, personal branding is storytelling. And so I'm wondering, what role does storytelling play exactly? I need you to be a lot more exact now in personal branding. And if you could maybe personalize it a little bit, I would really love to. I would really love that because you have a background in marine biology and then you had to sort of pivot into other things that you're doing now, working at MasterCard. So how did that come about? What did storytelling exactly do for you?
Okay, so storytelling is a very big deal when it comes to personal branding. There's something that's called framing. When you talk about public relations, there's something that's called framing. Framing is, and maybe some of us may know about the Blake Lively, Justin Baldoni saga that's going on right now. For that movie, It Ends With Us, and all the I said, you said things that's going on, right? If you follow that story or you read or listen to different published work about the saga, depending on which is that you're listening to today, you might say Blake Lively is at fault. Tomorrow you might say that Justin is at fault. Really it's about framing, and it's storytelling is about framing the story or framing the content of a story in such a way as to get people talking about a particular thing. Storytelling is very important to branding, right? And at the end of the day, when we are doing what we do in terms of building a personal brand is because we want better jobs, better salaries, a better reputation, things like that. And so we have to be very consistent and deliberate about what it is that we see out there. When talking about personal branding, like I said at the beginning, there's something called brand image. There's something that's called brand identity. Brand image is who you say you are. Brand identity is what people see that you are, right? And there must be consistency between what you say you are and what people see you are in terms of the storytelling around personal branding. And it's such a big deal. it's such a big deal. It's things like from the little things like what if you say that you are an excellent staff or an excellent communicator or you deliver excellent results, when your customers listen to you or read your stories on LinkedIn or see you post something, right? Will they agree with you or will they smirk, based on the feedback that you have given? Storytelling is very important. You need to, and then, one thing that I realize is that people can be working, they can be working very hard, but people don't know about them. And it's unfortunate, but in the corporate world that we are in today, you have to kind of like tell your story. You have to let people know what it is that you are doing. Someone who is doing 5% of what you do is putting up 10 slides, showcasing what it is that they have done. You have put in so much more work, but you're not telling your story. That person is going to get more recognition over you. You need to be very careful. Identify who your target audience is when you want to tell a story. Identify who your target audience is. Are they your superiors? Is it the public? If it's the public, what segment, what sector is your audience? And then you would craft narratives around that. Okay. In public relations, there's something that's called RPIE, research, plan, implement, evaluate. Okay, so you do your research. Who is my target audience? What do I want to communicate to them? And then you plan how you're going to communicate. Remember that we said that branding must be consistent, it must be deliberate. So you plan how regularly do you want to reach out? So do you want to, for example, put up stories on LinkedIn every month, showcasing what it is that you've done? Do you want to share one article a month on a new technology or something that's happening in your industry, right? You create a calendar for implementation. Actually do the research and post your stories, and then you go back to evaluate to say the stories that I want to tell. I want to appear as a thought leader. Am I telling the stories right? Am I saying the right thing? What do I need to tweak to continue to tell the story about myself that I want people to say of me? How do I?
All right, thank you very much. I lost you a little bit, so I wasn't particularly sure if you were done yet, but thank you very much. So it's not just enough to tell your story. You also have to be able to frame it in the way that you want it to be received, depending on the target audience, depending on who's receiving it, and then, of course, depending on what your goals are. Do you want to appear as a thought leader? What exactly do you want people to get off from your story? That's really, really important. And you also talked about how it's also important, especially if you're in the corporate world, to tell your story, because somebody could be doing just a little fragment of the work, but they're, toting their own horns, telling everybody what they've done, but you've done 95% and you're not saying anything about it. Nobody's going to really know. There's this joke I always say that it's God who sees your heart. Human beings see your work and what you say about your work, so they want to see the result. You have to show the evidence. So thank you very much, Lara. Now I'm going to go over to Eze. Eze, please, I have been burning to ask you this question. How exactly do you stay consistent in your storytelling, in your personal branding across platforms? Now, I really would like you to also chip in a little bit of how to also stay consistent offline. So you're online, you're staying consistent across platforms, but how does that translate in the offline world as well?
Okay, thank you very much for that. So one of the things that I think has been consistent among all speakers is the fact that you have to be intentional and you have to be consistent. So for me, one of the things I always like to tell people is you have to know what you want for yourself. I cannot tell your story the way you can tell it. So you need to understand, what do I want for myself? I always tell people there are a few personal branding questions that if you want to be intentional about building the brand or being consistent, I always start with the holy grail for me that I came up with of personal branding, which is, who do people say that I am? You need to answer this question. For those of us who are Christians, you would also realize that Jesus also asked his disciples, who do men say that I am? Because you need to have an understanding of who people say you are. Now, the second question is, who people say you are and who you think you are of yourself, who you think you are, is it the same? And what you also think of yourself and what people think of you, does it align? So now, if it aligns, it means you have a good and consistent brand. But if it doesn't align, it means there's something wrong somewhere. Everybody cannot be wrong about you. So sit down, understand who you are as a person. Identify who you think you are as a person. Am I good? Am I kind? Am I this? Then also ask honest questions from your friends or those who you value. What do you think? Who do you think I am? Do you think I'm a good person? Get their opinions. Weigh it. Does it align? And then if you see if it aligns, then you know you're on the right track. If it doesn't, then you now need to be intentional about. I used to be considered unserious back in the days in university. I play a lot. I do quite a number of things. But today, because similar to what Lara is saying, framing and perception building, is people are intentional about, so you can change people's mind about you by what you consistently share and put out there. They might not know you. You might probably, I can tell you for a fact that, and Forbes, how many of you here, for those of you who probably read Forbes, do you know that Forbes has actually published over 50 fraudulent 30 under 30 individuals? How did that happen? Right? They built a perception online, went to the studio, took pictures, created fraudulent businesses. Oh, I built this in Nigeria. They go to market, take pictures with some women, and then post, you could just pay some newspaper blogs, like 10, and then put that out there. Oh, our business is thriving, is doing this. And then, Forbes picks out, you're doing this great in Africa and stuff. There's an article that Forbes has made several mistakes over time, but how did that happen? Or how did a 25-year-old swindle so many Nigerians for over how many millions, right? Is perception building. Because perception, what people think of you, matters a lot. And then how do you craft that? It is by the things you put out. So I need you to understand that personal branding is intentional. And if you want to build it, you need to be honest with yourself. Ask these questions. Who do people say that I am? Who do I think that I am? And then who do I think that I am, and what people think about me, does it align? Now, as a professional or a business owner, you need to identify that in today's world, the digital presence is a must. You don't have to post every day, but it is important that you have an emphasis on updated social media platform or presence. I have friends who get opportunities on LinkedIn on a regular basis, but they do not share what they do. They don't post about themselves so much. But the way the algorithm has been set is, if a recruiter is looking for a personal brand strategist or a global brand strategist, the fact that I have that in my bio or that information is there, if they search, they would find me. So one of the things I always tell people is, you need to be findable online. In this age and time, you have to be findable as a professional or a business owner. So once you do this, you don't have to post every day, share things up. It's not, but just be where you are findable. And then one of the beautiful things about the digital space right now is, before, for you to be known, you have to be on TV, radio, and it's gatekept. If you're not a celebrity, if you're not a president, but today you have the same audience as any celebrity in the world. You can create this platform and then also put your own narrative out there. Before you had just influencers, but today we now have micro influencers thanks to the social media platform. So it's important that you're intentional. Nobody wants to do business with anybody who they cannot find online. I would not do business with you. And then it also helps you again. Personally, 80% of the jobs that I have gotten I would attribute them largely to my LinkedIn presence and online presence. Because of how consistent I share thoughts on LinkedIn, in 2014, I got featured on Forbes.com, like the Forbes, because I was active on Twitter, sharing my thoughts around personal branding. So this is where visibility also opens you up to a world of opportunities. Somebody in the US, Canada, anywhere in the world can actually see what you do and appreciate it. So just be intentional about, you don't have to be consistent, because posting every day can be tiring. But it's important that, let's say once a week or once a month, but the most important thing is have a profile online. Be findable. Be findable. When they search, they can find you, or you go for business meetings. I don't go for business meeting with cards these days anymore. When I meet you, the first thing I'm asking you, oh, do you have an online presence? Do you have a LinkedIn presence? I always ask for LinkedIn. So it's like your digital resume, it's your digital CV. It tells people about you. So thank you so much again. I think I've shot beyond my time for explaining that. Thank you.
On and on and on, because there's so much to share. I sincerely appreciate that. You know, what really struck me was the fact that there's literally a template for building a personal brand. It's what exactly or who exactly do you think you are, or do you think, or do you maybe want to be, even if it's not who you are at the moment, but you want to be this person. How do other people perceive you now? Do those two stories, do they align? Now, if they don't align, then you have to do something about it. If they do align, then it means they're doing something really good, and that's something that I think a lot of our listeners and watchers would take away from your response. Thank you very much. And of course, it's really also very important to have an online presence. I would not do business with somebody who's not findable online, because I wonder, are you actually even legit? I hope you're not trying to scam me or something, because I think that's what automatically comes to my mind if I cannot find you online. So you don't necessarily have to even be an influencer or a content creator. Just make sure you have an updated online presence. Let people know that, okay, even if it's just LinkedIn, you know that, okay, this is where I've worked, this is where I'm currently working, and this is, these are the things I'm doing at the moment. So we know that, okay, yes, you exist and you are findable online. So thank you very much for your response. I'm going to go over back now to Folajimi, and I'm really wondering, because you mentioned how you use LinkedIn a lot, and I think this is a platform that a lot of people, I saw this comment, somebody saying something about LinkedIn being very toxic. Everybody's always happy to announce, I'm excited to announce, I've just been this, I've just been that. So how exactly do you maintain or build an authentic personal brand on LinkedIn without necessarily sounding robotic, or without always being happy to announce something?
Again, let me just correct that. I don't use LinkedIn a lot. Actually, it's not by the standards I've seen people using LinkedIn. I think, everyone has said, it's just about being consistent. And consistency for me is, am I touching up weekly? And that has happened over the last couple of, whether weeks or months, where I try to sort of update in terms of what I'm doing and what I'm building. And I think as well with personal branding, there's probably phases that you go through in terms of, sort of passing out a message. There's a period of my life for almost 2-3 years. I was probably not doing anything on LinkedIn, wasn't sharing any of the updates and things like that. I think I'm at that phase where I'm actually coming out and talking about things I've done probably 15 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, and just trying to share those, almost like memories and bringing in. I think that's part of what is authentic about, what you're sharing is, can you touch back on some of the memories you've actually had? Can you then, bring it forward to people? Can you then allow them be able to sort of click to some of those stories that you've actually experienced? And I think that's one part of it. And that's how I currently sort of share very authentic things. It's about, I've actually done this before. I've been through this before. This is a pain that I felt. This is a joy that I felt. And, you share that out. to be very honest and very fair as well, I am always very skeptical about sharing everything or sharing a lot of things. For example, I have the MBA I'm currently doing is my fourth master's degree. I don't share that publicly because, again, it's like, what's this young man doing around just bagging master's degrees and things like that. So again, there's some intentionality about what you're also putting out in terms of like not seeming too robotic, not seeming too off-key and out there. But at the same time, you honestly need to share things that would resonate with your audience. And it's also about knowing, like, who are you sharing these things with? What do they need to know about what you're sharing, and how important is it? It has to just come out as truthful as possible, as honest as possible, as touching as possible, and it has to be a true reflection of you and a true reflection of the people you're talking to. Again, there's multiple levels to it in terms of just like when you think about intentionality, when you think about sort of like the particular platform as well. And since you asked about LinkedIn, right? For me, it's more about, I share, as diverse as possible across different things. So sometimes I actually share about the times when I've actually failed as well, not just when I'm, congrats, I'm excited about, getting on that degree. I'm excited about starting another business. I'm excited about launching this or whatever. It's also about, in the past I have failed and this is what it felt like. And this is how you can navigate through the pains of failure. There was a time in my life that I thought about, doing this or doing that, and this is how I navigated, or it made me make a better decision. I think that truly resonates with my audience and resonates with the people that I'm trying to pass a message across to, fellow entrepreneurs, fellow startups, and people who are building a career that they want to definitely, build their brand or build themselves in and around solving problems and being very thoughtful. And so I'm very careful about, what I share, and it's sort of curating a story that tells about, problem solving, the pain points and, things around that. I think that's, how I would say I've sort of built an authentic thing, being true to myself, being consistent with my message at the particular phase of my life that I am in now, and also ensuring that as I'm passing that message across, I'm sharing, as truthfully as possible, and I'm sharing what I know my audience would resonate with.
All right, thank you very much for that really interesting response. So essentially leveraging on your experience and ensuring that you're not just sharing the wins, but also telling people that this has happened to me and this was how I dealt with it. What that does for you is that some people who may actually be going through what you've gone through, and then you're providing them with, say, tools, tips on how to manage such situations as well. And I think that's really important to staying authentic, because people if you keep sharing, oh, I'm excited to do this, I'm excited, or I was this, I was that, people begin to wonder, does this person actually fail? And then it just sort of begins to feel unreal, because we all know that there are ups and there are downs. So thank you very much for sharing that on how to build authenticity or thought leadership essentially on LinkedIn. Now I'm going to go over to Onwama, I believe. I really want to know, what are the downsides, in your experience, what do you think people are doing wrong when it comes to online networking? So we're talking about networking now. What exactly do people do that you feel like, okay, you shouldn't actually be doing this if you want to connect with other people online? And what should they be doing when it comes to online networking?
Okay. When it comes to online networking, I think what I would start with the do's. That's like, let's say I'll start with the things they should do, right? First thing is, like Fola said, I hope you don't mind if I call you Fola. So like Fola said, you have to be true to yourself. Like, you have to be authentic, right? That's one of the key things that you need to know about online presence. You need to be authentic. I'm going to use one of these influencers. Okay, let me not call him an influencer. Let me say one of these skip makers as an example. Let me start with what is his name, Brother Shaggy. Everybody, he started his skit making in a particular area where nobody was really looking at, or people were not really looking at, right? Where he started displaying, or he was trying to play this Agbero person, this Lagos Agbero guy and all of that, right? This Lagos Stout, for those people that don't know what Agbero means, right? So that's the kind of brand, or that's uh, the kind of message he actually started with. He started it because it's something that resonates with his environment. It's something that is easy for him to just pull through. So I'm not going to say he's a tout, but I am just going to say it's easy for him to do. Right? He's not struggling with it, even though that sometimes sometimes you get tired. Sometimes you just want to give up. Sometimes you don't have that flair, you don't have that thing with you, right? But you just have to do it. So, but on the other hand, he enjoys it, right? So these are actually things that actually make it feel like it is him being true to himself, right? So you have to be authentic. That means you have to be true to yourself, and then you have to be consistent. Now, Emmanuel mentioned earlier on, consistency is not that you have to be posting every day, right? You don't want. I know when you're starting, like everybody wants to put out their faces there, but it's not like you want to start making money from LinkedIn almost immediately. That you have to be posting every day. No. So, but the consistency there is that you are consistent in your messaging. You are consistent in your messaging, and then you are consistent in your timing. What I mean in your timing is, okay, you're doing twice in a week. Yeah, it's good. Do twice in a week. If it is Mondays and Wednesdays, do it as much as you can, right? Nobody will beat you about it. But even as it is, you keep growing as long as you keep doing it, right? But on the other part of it is also try to resonate or also try to relate with your audience. The people that you are talking to, they are not robots. So they have feelings, they have emotions, right? And then there are people that can also talk back. So also try to resonate with your audience. Also try to see from their end. Also try to don't leave your audience hanging. Don't leave them wanting and all of that. Don't let's say don't snub their comments as long as the comments are actually making sense, right? So these things are things that people need to do on that you need to do online just to make sure that you are on the safe side. But on the other hand of it, on the after side of it, that's like the things that you shouldn't do, or the things that are not making sense in the way we say the things you shouldn't do, right? You shouldn't put everything out on social media. It's social media. It's not your whole life, right? It's not if you trip and fall, you posted, I tripped and I fell today. No. If you ate amala this morning, you will say, I ate amala today from so and so place. That's not how it works, right? So basically, you wouldn't put all these things in your CV. If we are speaking about LinkedIn particularly, you wouldn't put that you tripped and fell, you ate so thing, you wore so thing today, right? You wouldn't put it on your CV. So your online presence is like your social media resume, just like Emmanuel mentioned earlier on. Right? So one of the key things you shouldn't do is don't put everything out there. It's okay to have your private life, and it's okay to have a social media life. There should be a disparity between them. And then one other thing is try not to, like I mentioned it in the do's, try not to snub people and see how you can, no matter how negative the comments come in or how bashing the comments are, always see how you can find the compromising ground. Even if you are tempted to bash the person back, right? But you can always find a space to say, hey, okay, this is what I picked out of this particular comment that's negative though. Let me pick the positive thing out of it and then trash the rest and move on. It's not a crime to move on. So I think so that I don't overshoot my time. So I think these are just the few things I think we can do and we can't do for social media.
All right, thank you very much. So essentially, you stay true to yourself, you're authentic, and understand that your audience, they're not just, they can talk back to you. So interact with them as much as you can and don't share too much. I think that's something, that's literally a topic on its own, not sharing every
On its
single
own,
thing
yeah.
that has to do, especially when it comes to your private lives. But of course, we also have, niched, say, content creators or influencers who thrive on sharing parts of their lives. But of course, all of that is even still curated to such a way that they're showing you what they want you to see, not every single thing that really actually happens to them. And I think that's really essential that everybody should know. Thank you very much. I'm going to move over next to Lara. We're still talking about networking now. How exactly can you use collaboration to grow your personal brand? So collaboration, I'm talking about collaboration on social media now, for example. Say somebody has a type of audience, I have a type of audience. How exactly can we come together to grow our both personal brands to make it a mutual benefit?
One of the things that I started this year was that I have a friend who is actively online. He's always talking. I don't do as much talking, right? And one of the very first things I think it was on the 1st of January, I reached out to him and I'm like, guy, we must collaborate together this year. Whenever it's that you're having your speaking engagement, somehow you must find a way to pull me in to, so that I can build more one online presence. Okay, so how do you collaborate? From the basic stuff, right? From the online options, just share your comments, share positive comments, right? Around what it is that the person has talked about. You can repost to your own feed so that it gains more of an audience as well. And then you can also work behind the scenes if particularly if there's people that you are interested in following up with. If they post things online, you can reach out to them privately as well and share your thoughts around what they have posted. You can this session. I saw something on Twitter where they say that Alibaba has come up with something new. Is if you know someone who's talking about artificial intelligence, that's something that you could share with them, get their thoughts around it, and then just build networking, build collaboration. And then volunteered events, and very easily, I'll say, there are in different industries today, there are organizational bodies there, there's Greenpeace, there's PMP, or the PMP body in Nigeria, all the different bodies that we have in country. You can volunteer at events, whether it's the virtual events, whether it's the in-person events, volunteer at events. It's a way of bumping your name up. If you're genuinely working, it's your way of bumping your way up so that people recognize you and they're willing to call you back. They remember you when there's something else that's happening. That's one way of collaborating with the industry. Encourage people when people share, don't let their posts go quiet. Don't let it be a graveyard. Share positively when they contribute. Build a list of people that you want to work with and then be deliberate about finding ways that you can engage with them. Okay, building a network doesn't happen overnight. It's deliberate efforts. And sometimes it's easy to get demotivated that you're not building your network or you're not collaborating as effectively as you want to or as fast. And so, you sort of need to keep trying over again. But, you don't even have to be a colleague, say, I want us to do more together. So leverage your one-on-one relationships and then just make sure that you a better brand.
All right, thank you very much, Lara, for that really in-depth response. So essentially, leverage your networks, leverage your one-to-one relationships. If you have, say, somebody, just like you mentioned, who is really big online, who has an online presence and they're really consistent, you can work together, maybe do a session together, and of course, when you're appearing, the other person is also appearing. So it's like a mix of audiences, if I could put an S to that. So everybody literally sees that, okay, these two people are working together, sharing value, sharing knowledge. So that's one way to grow your personal brand, especially online. But also volunteering is something that you really have done, because it helps people, brands to remember you, and he or she did an excellent job. So we definitely engaging other people's work online. I think consistently other people said what they're putting out there as well. So how exactly does personal branding impact the larger society? So Eze, if you could answer that question.
Okay, thank you very much. We're on a good reputation. I am not Yoruba, but I grew up in Southwest Nigeria, and I know that it is usually said that a good name, I don't know if I might not interpret it correctly, but I know that a good name is better than riches and success. So our parents growing up, will tell you, one of the benefits of personal branding is similar to how our parents always says, please always be good, be nice to people, be helpful, because the hallmark of personal branding really is a good reputation, right? So, and in a society where people are intentional about having good reputation or being known for something good in terms of morality, in terms of when it comes to their work. So I want to be able to do, so one of the reasons we trust, one of the reasons you trust people or you trust the pilot to fly you because they know what they're doing, fly a plane. I'm not going to go into that plane. But if your pilot is dressed in a particular way, I probably want to go in with the pilot because this is how they dress and then they are known for this. So in terms of like larger society, we want to be able to build people who are conscious about how they are seen, how they are heard, and then how they interact with people. Because when we have people who are conscious about their reputation, not because they want to look good to society, but because this is what should be obtainable, this is the morally right thing to do, then I think in that area we can say personal branding contributes to a positive society, thereby making sure people are intentional about their actions, inactions, and whatever they do. So when you when you put a good name above every other thing, because we've already established that personal branding in simple terms is your reputation. So, and when we speak about in terms of like the larger society, it's not just cosmetic type of branding where you are just putting face, you're just trying to look good, but deep down you're not a good person. So in terms of like the larger value, it is being intentional of putting a good name in everything that you do above money and above those pleasures of life, but always picking the right side. There's this value that fella used to always say back in the days, doing the right things all the time, regardless of who is doing wrong. So this is putting a good name above everything that you do. Do you, in your place of work, when they say you tell your MD you close by 5, but because he's not around, you leave by 2? At home, or your friend, you tell them I'm going to be with you by 2, but you never show up till 4. So being consistent about building a good name for yourself, I think, is one of the core areas I believe that personal branding would be able to shape, or influence the society positively. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much, Izzy, for that really robust response. I think another way I like to think of the larger relevance of personal branding is from a point of view of impact. So we've seen people who just with their own stories, with their own personal brands, they've been able to inspire millions of people. And we can begin to mention names like Oprah, say like Barack Obama. Of course, the positions they also occupy gives them that level of visibility, but they're intentional about how they show up, how they tell their stories to inspire people, to impact people, to move people closer to their potentials, to ensuring that they're able to realize their potential. So I think that's another angle that I like to think of it from. But I also enjoy the part of where you're consciously intentional, not just for the cosmetics, like you mentioned, but because you really understand what the values of a good reputation does for society. And I think that's really important. Thank you very much. Our time is fast spent, so I'm just going to take our final remarks from each of us. I'm going to start once again from Folajami. So what are your final remarks? What exactly do you want our viewers and audience to take away from this session?
Just like standing on, existing is protocol of business. It's pretty much the same message. Stay consistent, stay authentic, ensure that your offline life is not so different from your online life that people then start to question like, yeah, but this is, so disparate, like, what's going on here? And it's so confusing and not trustworthy. Build trust, build actual real relationship with people. It might seem tough, it might be hard, but honestly, like the perks or the pros of sharing and being authentic and, being out there is definitely way more than, hiding in a bushel or hiding in a corner, and then no one can then sort of like connect with you and then really understand your values. And again, if you're someone who's put out value, who's done extremely good stuff, or who's doing things that has value to the world, it's just really, really important that you share. It's really important to tell your story, let people be able to connect with you, let people be able to sort of understand who you are, what you are, and what you really want to be. It's really important. And in digital age, like everyone has said as well, yeah, there's no running away from it. You need to be online. You need to be doing things that people can connect with again. So thank you so much, and I've learned a lot from sort of everyone and really appreciate it. I think that would be my closing remark.
All right, thank you very much, Folajami. Now we'll move on to Onoma. What are your final thoughts? What exactly do you want people to take away from this session?
Okay. I don't think there is anything that we've not said. We've said everything here. But on the other hand, I would just say that if you keep doing that thing that you're doing in the confines of your house, nobody would know about it, right? So give yourself that chance, at least. Millennials, give yourself that chance. Step out, do something. Do it outside the confines of just having it sitting on your desk, right? Put it out there, post it somewhere. You never can tell. That might just be the next shot, right? So apart from that, I think every other thing I would say is that try to make sure whatever thing you're putting out actually resonates with really who you are and is appealing. Okay, so I think that's my comment here. Thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being a part of this.
Thank you very much, Onoma. So now we move on to Lara. Lara, what are your final thoughts? What do you want people to take away from this session?
Okay. In building a personal brand, you should be conscious of the industry that you work in. I spent 12 years in banking, and so I speak from an angle that I'm very comfortable in. In banking, you have very strict requirements or regulations around what you can say or cannot say online, right? So, for example, if the bank that I work in is being dragged, as we say, if it's being dragged online, I cannot go online to defend that brand, right? Even though I know that the customer or the person who has tweeted may have said something incorrect or may have gotten the assumptions wrong, but there's ethics around what you should say, what you should not say, what you can do, what you should not do. And in building your brand, don't say that, because I want to show that I know my onions. Don't overstep your boundaries. There are regulations within your industry that you should adhere to. As an introvert as well, I would just go ahead to say that in networking, leverage your strengths going out sometimes can exert your social batteries, but try to leverage on your strengths. Stick to one-on-one sessions, and when you're having these one-on-one sessions, you don't have to talk to everyone who is at an event. If you're leaving an event and you're taking out 2 contacts, 3 contacts, and you are building very good rapport with them, it's a fantastic takeout, after the session. So as an introvert,
you were trying to tell us, ensure that you are within the guidelines of your industry. So you play in a particular industry, you have to ensure that you're playing within the rules so that you're not penalized for flouting those rules. So thank you very much. And of course, if you are being an introvert, networking for introverts, very, very important. Leverage on your strengths, do one-to-one sessions, and you don't have to necessarily collect everybody's cards or talk to everybody before you know that you've actually effectively networked. So thank you very much, Lara. And finally, last but not the least, we have Eze. Eze, please, what are your final thoughts? What should people be taking away from this session?
Okay, thank you so much. It's been an engaging and exciting conversation so much. I've also learned so much myself from the different speakers. So what I want to say on networking is, one, networking is an exchange of value. Never come from a standpoint of always wanting to take from those you admire, either in the business space when you meet with them. People do not like takers. So always come from a standpoint of giving value also in exchange for value. Oh, this is what I do. I'm good at that. I realize that your business does this. I'm sure I'm able to also contribute in this way. It might not be paid or it could be paid, but always make sure you are exchanging value every time you network. Don't just take value. If they keep giving you value, they're not receiving anything from you, that relationship will not work. Second thing again is, do not share anything online that does not enhance your reputation positively. If you cannot defend whatever you're sharing, if you will not be proud of what you're sharing, do not post it online. If it does not promote your career, if it does not promote your business, if it does not put you in a good light, do not share such. Lastly, I'll just say is be of value to people online. I've realized that online relationship is built on the principle of reciprocity. It's a give and take. If you support people online, if you like what they do, you encourage them, they would over time encourage you also. So I hope that with these few points of mine, we're able to improve our personal brand reputation and then also build something that thrives for our personal, career, and business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much to all of our speakers. We have had a wonderful, wonderful, impactful, value-packed session on personal branding and networking in a digital age. We had Folajomi, we had Onoma, Lara, and of course, Eze Emmanuel. These people are online, so if you want to get in touch with them or contact them later, you can of course find them on their social media platforms. So just search their names and of course they will come up. Once again, my name is Zainab Aderum. Thank you for staying with us. This is BDTV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities.
When you think about the word supplements, it tells you that you're trying to make up something that isn't called malabsorption syndrome, like your body can absorb the food that you eat. You actually don't need them.
Right.
So every people that are on so-called low-carb diet, glucose to function.
Yes.
So you sort of operate below your potential because you're constantly on laborer, or I'm a farmer, I work on the farm. Obviously, I'm going to need more carbohydrates because I'm expending more. Into the office at 8 in the morning, you sit till 5.
Yeah, exactly.
You're really sedentary. Where we recommend supplements typically are, for example, if any the food that you eat,
right?
Maybe we put them on supplements to make up for the deficiency. But for a normal human being, every single nutrient that you require can be consumed in food.
Amazing.
Yeah,
That's
so
good to know.
save your money.
Thank you, Dr. Blossom, for that.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.